Earlier. We should drop slowly through the 60s as we go through the night tonight. It looks quiet, but we're not done with our warm trend just yet. I'll explain coming up.
Live from the station on your side, this is a special edition of 6 News, Election Day 2024.
Right now at 4, Election Day has finally arrived. We are taking you around the region as 6 News brings you live team coverage on this important day in American history. Good afternoon, I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Don Hudson. Thank you for being with us on this Election Day. Very soon, we'll be finding out who the next president of the United States will actually be.
6 News has live team coverage for you from polling locations across East Tennessee. 6 on Your Side reporter Don Dare is at one of the busiest voting locations.
Yeah, he joins us now live from Cedar Bluff Middle School, Knox County. So Don, give us a feeling or kind of layout of what's happening out there.
Well, Don and Laura, you know that feeling on the day of a big football game, a game that is predicted to be very close. There's a lot of anticipation, and that's what we have here today. The end of the long presidential races here, as well as races for state, local, and federal offices. They will all be decided today at precincts like this one. Here at Cedar Bluff Middle School, the line has been long all day long. When this precinct opened at 8 o'clock this morning, we were told by election monitors that the line almost reached Cedar Bluff Road. The line was very long then. It took about an hour and a half to get in here. But once you get inside to vote, we talk with people who have cast their ballots. It's pretty quick.
I'm a first-time voter, so yes, very exciting. But I'm glad it's over. Yeah, I'm glad I finally got to be here.
I'm ready to stop getting phone calls and text messages every day.
And that's been happening?
Yes, nonstop.
And do you respond to them?
No, I look at them, but I don't respond to them.
Waited in line an hour and a half over here. An hour in the sun.
Yet it is worth it?
Well worth it. It's an honor and a privilege. It's a duty.
To be able to vote?
Absolutely.
And nearly 1,000 votes have been cast here at precinct number 68 and 67. The line outside, probably about 45 minutes right now, but the election monitors tell us that as it gets closer to 5 and 6 and 7 o'clock, that line will become a lot longer. But once you get inside, it's pretty quick. Back to you, Lori and Don.
All right, Don, thank you so much. It's always busy over there every election cycle.
That looked like a real solid line right there, yeah.
Yes, I'm anxious to hear the final numbers there. 6 on Your Side reporter Ella Wales is in Sevier County for us this afternoon.
Now, Ella, you are spotlighting a race that has certainly garnered a lot of attention here in Tennessee.
Dawn, Lori, yes, we are here at, Dawn and Lori, we're here at Seymour Primary School in Sevier County where people are casting their votes. Poll workers tell us there's been around 500 to 600 people so far, but that they saw a really big turnout during early voting. Now, one of the races that all Tennesseans are going to have a chance to have a say in is the battle for a U.S. Senate seat between Senator Marsha Blackburn and State Representative Gloria Johnson. Voters will decide to either re-elect Blackburn to a second term or give Johnson a new position. This race is unique, however, because Johnson is also running unopposed to be re-elected to her current position as Tennessee House District 90 representative. We talked to both of them about what their top priorities will be if elected to Senate.
There's so many things that we need to work on. We need to work on cutting costs for regular Tennessee families. Make sure that people have access to affordable health care and affordable prescription drugs, and that they make a living wage. My opponent is fine with a $7.25 minimum wage, and you can't live on that. No one can live on that. So we need to address the issues that are making Tennessee families, keeping them down, making them struggle to survive instead of thriving. We can do that.
Getting our Kids Online Safety Act finished is going to be a priority. We also have the Quantum Initiative we're trying to finish by the end of the year. That's really important to much of the innovation that takes place at Oak Ridge. As we go into 2025, the tax cuts, 2017 tax cuts, those are going to be a priority to get those made permanent.
Blackburn also mentioning an online privacy bill that's in the works, while Johnson added she wants to work towards restoring abortion rights in Tennessee. Tennessee hasn't elected a Democrat to a statewide position in nearly 2 decades, but Johnson is hoping that her participation in the Tennessee 3 will help get her some more popularity. We'll, of course, have the updates whenever we get the results in this election tonight, but for now, in Sevier County, Ella Wales, 6 on your side.
Right, thank you, Ella. We're going to, of course, be checking back in with Ella throughout the evening as Election Day continues to roll along.
Now, earlier this morning, we caught up with a mother and daughter, and they said that they were very excited because it was her first time to ever vote.
What's at stake? The nation. I mean, we need to vote, do our duty. I think it's very important that everybody gets out there and votes. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's important to vote for everybody that's of age to do it. Go out there and vote and do your right as a citizen.
Let's continue our team coverage. Again, polls close here in East Tennessee tonight at 8 o'clock.
But some voting locations are still pretty busy. One of those is Halls High School in Knox County.
That is where we find 6 on Your Side reporter Molly O'Brien. Molly, what's happening out there?
Well, Don and Lori, Election Day is finally here. We're here at Halls High School, one of the voting precincts here in Knox County. You can see several people behind me casting their ballots right now. I will say we've been here since about 11:45 this morning. I've spoken with several voters who tell me the entire voting process has taken anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes. Now, I did reach out to Knox County Election Administrator Chris Davis earlier today. He tells me some polling locations here in Knox County are experiencing longer lines compared to others. Overall, voters tell me this process has been quick and easy.
Very simple. Enter, stand in line, get your little form, you fill it out, go straight over, they check you off. They checked IDs, which I love. Voted, took maybe a minute. Yeah, get out and vote. It does matter.
And each voter I spoke to earlier today had the same message. If you're able to get out and vote, and like I just said, I did speak with Chris Davis. I asked him if the county was experiencing any issues. He tells me just the standard issues that they typically experience when there is a big election, like voters not knowing where to vote or where they're registered. But again, we're at Halls High School. I will say the line is about a couple dozen deep right now. We've seen more and more people starting to show up since the 4 o'clock hour. And if you haven't voted yet, you still have time. Polls close at 8 p.m. Reporting live in Halls, Molly O'Brien, 6 on Your Side.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. We will check back in with Molly as well as our live team coverage of Election Day here in East Tennessee continues.
Well, let's check out now what's happening in Blount County. 6 on Your Side reporter Dominic Webster is at Alcoa High School. And Dominic, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Don and Lori, here inside the Alcoa High School gym, people trickling in to cast their vote. But earlier today, we spoke to some candidates in the District 16 race for the State House, Lauren Carver and Michelle Carringer. They were both detailing what they are hoping to get done if they get elected tonight, and both saying it's crucial for people to get out and vote. But when I spoke with them, I asked them explicitly, you know, what are your goals for when you get into office if elected? This is what they had to say.
Obviously, we see all the people that are flooding into the great state Tennessee. And my goal, if I'm reelected tonight, is to make sure that we keep Tennessee strong, and that is by keeping government small, our taxes low, and protecting individual freedoms.
I'd like to get started on reproductive rights, and I'd also really like to look into making more robust gun common sense laws.
Yeah, both of them working for that District 16 seat, and you can hear some cheering going on behind me. Now we've got a first-time voter here inside Alcoa High School, and everyone here fills out their ballot on one of the electronic machines over my shoulder. then they get a printed out slip that's got a QR code in the top corner. They then scan that. At last check, when I went over to see how many people had come through, there were about 635. It's probably up to about 640 now. We were told that it was a mad dash early this morning with people coming in to get their ballots done before they had to go to work, and now it's just kind of a slow trickle effect as the day wears on. Polling locations here in Blount County close tonight at 8 o'clock. For now, reporting live in Blount County, Dominic Webster 6 on your side.
Dominic, thank you very much. Our live team coverage, by the way, of Election Day will continue throughout the evening into the night. And keep in mind, Knoxville Area Transit is making it easier for voters to get to their polling stations before they close by offering free rides all day today. Now, we are told passengers can plan their route to the polling stations using the free transit app, the trip planner feature on CAT's website, or by calling customer service at the number there on the screen. It's very small right down there, 865-637-3000.
Months of campaigning across the country comes down to this. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump focused on the number 270. That's how many electoral college votes it takes to win the election and become the next president of the United States. Let's check in with ABC's Perry Russum with more on that.
Millions of Americans voting across the country today deciding who will win this historic race for president. Former President Trump voting today in Palm Beach, Florida, saying he feels confident.
Look, regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three.
There have been questions as to whether Trump will concede the race if he loses. He has yet to concede the 2020 race.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
Vice President Kamala Harris voting by mail, casting her ballot days ago. Harris speaking to radio station V103 in Atlanta.
I think this is an inflection point in terms of this is a moment where we have two very different visions of the future of our nation, and mine is focused on progress.
Both campaigns spending the final days of this race in Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth could decide this race. A judge extending voting hours by 2 hours in Cambria County in southwestern Pennsylvania after technical issues. Harris's running mate Tim Walz in Harrisburg, PA this afternoon.
Every voice matters, and this week I could not be prouder to be on this ticket. To watch that contrast, one that is hopeful, rule of law matters, Constitution matters, the American experiment matters.
All right, the results start coming in tonight after the polls close. However, it could take time to count them all. You heard what's going on in Pennsylvania, in Georgia. The Secretary of State there says he is confident that they will have results tonight. As we mentioned earlier, polls in Tennessee will close at 8 local time, 7 central. However, if you are in line by 8, you can cast your vote, but try not to wait until the last minute. Tennessee Secretary of State Trey Hargett had this to say about when Tennessee's final numbers are expected to roll in.
When it comes to Tennessee results, typically we have 90+ of our counties that are done about midnight Central Standard Time. So there's normally 1 or 2 stragglers, who something happened in the evening and just prevented them from getting their complete count done. So, I think in Tennessee, we will know sometime before sunrise tomorrow morning at the latest.
There's also an Election Day hotline. Hargett says you can call 1-877-850-4959 if you have questions, or you can text TN to 45995 to report fraud or other election-related issues.
All right, Lori and I took a vote, and we have decided to go to the weather now and check in with Chief Meteorologist Ken Weathers, who's back with us today.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like early November out there, that's for sure. Lots of sunshine, brisk winds, and very warm temperatures. Beautiful view, though, from Anakeesta looking back towards Mount LeConte. Current wind gusts are at about 26 at LeConte, 13 in Gatlinburg, about 19 in Knoxville, and 21 there in Spring City. These brisk southerly winds will continue through the evening and probably settle down for some lower elevations overnight, but the higher terrain still in that 10 to 15 mile per hour range. We're 79 degrees right now in Knoxville, but 80 Jefferson City and Alcoa, and 75 in Cades Cove. That 79, by the way, a little cooler than earlier when we were 83. So it looks like we're going to end up just 1 degree shy of the record high for the day, which is 84, set back in 1948. Temperatures tonight staying on the mild side, down to 63. By the way, the average high this time of year, 64. So we're closer to that that overnight tonight. It's going to be warm again tomorrow. A little bit of fog if the wind is light, so that's why the valley locations probably see that. But high temperatures tomorrow back in the upper 70s, and that's even with a slight chance of some showers throughout the afternoon. Talk about more about the rain and if we see any cooler air anytime soon coming up in just a minute.
All right, Kim, thank you very much. Hey, coming up still at 4, a century-old building in Knoxville is no more. Massive fire erupting on the on the campus of Knoxville College.
And this is not the first time first responders have been called to campus. We'll have more on that story after the break. WATE 6 on your side is proud to honor our veterans.
Join us for the annual Veterans Day Parade live from downtown Knoxville.
Watch on TV or on WATE.com beginning at 11.
Thank you to all of our veterans for your service. Let the 6th Tennessee. Plus, stay connected with breaking news alerts. Here's a look at this week's top stories on 6 News.
WATE 6 on your side wants to help give one lucky winner a year's worth of mortgage or rent. Go to WATE.com/contest and enter for your chance to win. You could also win a local prize package from the Knoxville Ice Bears and Broadway Carpet.
Election night. News Nation is offering something completely different from all the rest. Respect for all Americans. News Nation is about the facts, offering complete transparency with more points of view than anyone else. And with our partners at Decision Desk HQ, you can watch in real time how the trajectory of the race changes. Trust News Nation for fair and independent election coverage. Begins tonight, 6/5 Central on News Nation. News for all America.
The power's out. Your
Welcome back to 6 News at 4. Knoxville police are actively searching for answers after a body was found in South Knoxville this afternoon. KPD says a man's body was found at a home off Hawthorne Avenue near Chapman Highway. However, the cause of death is unknown at this time. We're told that investigation's still in its early stages. As soon as there's an update, we will pass it on right here on air or online at WATE.com.
Last night, a 100-year-old building with a rich history in East Tennessee erupted into flames. And this morning, firefighters were still putting out hot spots. What you're looking at right there is video of a massive fire at the L. Nathan building on the Knoxville College campus in Mechanicsville. The building was destroyed. You can see there. The fire was first reported at around 8:30 last night, but due to the size and unsafe nature of the building already, no firefighters were able to go in for hours. They remained at the scene overnight, keeping watch, looking again for hot spots. Last night we spoke with Assistant Fire Chief Mark Wilbanks, who says the campus has been a frequent location for fires, especially recently.
Yeah, I believe we've had 8 fires in 2024 here on campus of some sort, nothing of this magnitude, obviously. But yeah, we were out here last week for a fire in the MLK building up on the 8th floor. Again, another very dangerous building for us to be entering and operating inside of.
So fire continues to say they believe the building burned so fast due to all the wood in the building. But as of this afternoon, there is no cause of the fire right now. We're told the fire department is actively following up on leads. If anyone has information, please reach out to the phone number on your screen, 865-637-1386.
Knoxville police have arrested a 15-year-old for threats of mass violence against a Knox County school. KPD says it took the teenager into custody after receiving reports last night about a Bearden High School male student making a verbal threat against the school. We're told detectives working with the Knox County District Attorney's Office went to the student's home in West Knoxville and arrested him.
Lots of sunshine across the area for today. Brisk winds and some warm temperatures as well. Beautiful evening, Fairfield Glade, Dorchester Golf Course, hole number 9 right there. But winds are still pretty gusty, even in Cumberland County, gusting to 24 there in Crossville. Jamestown gusting to 25, and the brighter orangish red shadings you see in the Smokies, those are a little more than 30 in some spots. They'll relax some as we go through the night tonight, but it's still going to be on the warm side. Touch cooler there at Fairfield Glade, 69, but we're 80 in Oak Ridge, 79 in Knoxville, 80 in Alcoa, and 80 currently in Jefferson City. 83 has been as warm as we've been today, and 84, by the way, is the record set back in 1948, so within 1 degree. I pointed this out. Low temperatures tonight under a partly cloudy sky are in the low 60s, about 63 in Knoxville. The average high is 64 this time of year, so we are very mild overnight tonight. Can't rule out some patchy fog if the wind dies down enough, and that would be a little more favorable in the lower elevation areas like in the valley. Probably not so much for our plateau areas or in the Smokies with some slightly gustier winds hanging on there. It's warmer though again tomorrow. We're back up to 79 degrees, 80 Maynardville, 79 Middlesboro, 79 in Jefferson City, and 79 in Loudoun. And this is even with a bit more cloud cover across the area and a chance for a few spotty showers. They'll be light though, whatever we do see. Let's go from 7 o'clock in the morning through midday. Maybe 1 or 2. I think the better bet's in the afternoon if we see them. But even by lunchtime, it's showing a few around the region. And there we go, right through the afternoon. That's 3 o'clock, right into the evening at 7. And then things do look a little bit quieter once we're past sunset. Most of the activity stays back to our north and west, but we'll see some rainfall across the area, okay? A couple of hundredths of an inch if you happen to pick up one of those in your area, but not a drought buster for sure across the region. High temperatures as we head into our Thursday, staying on the warmer side, mid to upper 70s, including 78 for Knoxville, Maryville, Tellico Plains, and even 79 in Newport. And to put this into perspective, tomorrow's record is 80, set back in 22. We're forecasting 79. The record is 79 Thursday last year, and we're forecasting 78. So we were within 1 degree today, and we're probably within a degree over the next couple of days as well. And I don't really see a huge cool down headed our way anytime soon. Let's talk about our next weather maker, the tropics. Here's why. This is Tropical Storm Raphael. 70-mile-per-hour winds, most likely becomes a hurricane a little later tonight. The big question then is, where does it go by later in the weekend? Right now, it looks like maybe somewhere around the Gulf Coast, but in a weakening state. If it does take a path where it pulls it up into the Louisiana, Mississippi area later in the weekend, it should bring some moisture into our direction. So let's take a look. Saturday morning, showing a few scattered showers across the area, but it's not an all-day rain. This is 4 o'clock, and we'll take it into the evening at 8 o'clock. So yes, there is a potential we'll see some scattered showers as we head into the weekend, but it'll all depend on exactly where that storm goes. We'll keep an eye on it, but I'd say as of right now, at least some spotty rain chances for Saturday, a little more likely Saturday night into Sunday. But until we get there, we're talking near record high temperatures still over the next few days. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
With a huge selection of saunas to incredible spas.
Welcome back. We're on your side with advice from health officials to limit your stress from this year's election.
Mental health officials say it's normal to feel stressed about an event like Election Day, especially this time around.
Yeah, that's because something's about to change, and change can, with some folks, create anxiety. The Middle Tennessee Metro Public Health for Behavioral Health and Wellness Department says it's important to create boundaries.
Decide which newscast you will watch. Try not to stay up all night, they say. Follow posts on social media. It's hard to do, or hard not to do for a lot of people. And look for the results of every single race. They say don't fixate on that.
You have to set some boundaries from yourself that says, when is enough for me? The other part is to look at, how do I normally manage my stress? Okay, how do I do some self-care? How do I take care and protect my peace and my mental health? If you know that you're a person that cannot deal with stress, then try to avoid these stressful situations that's going to create the anxiety and keep you from sleeping.
The department says people need to think about what it is they can control, and one thing is exercising, your power of choice and your choice to actually vote.
She says people have to also try to let go of the things they cannot control, and that includes how others in your sphere may vote.
Because someone will say something sometimes, and it just, people think, what?
Yeah, gets that stress
Let me just
response.
hone back in on that part about which newscast. You clearly have chosen the right one. You're already there.
Yes, we're here for you. Still to come after the break, everyone. There is still time to head to the polls. If you haven't done that yet, Election Day is in full swing.
And we're checking with both presidential candidates and their headquarters. Also, the latest on a closely watched Tennessee state representative race. Don't go anywhere. Your local election headquarters. We'll be right back.
your side. This is a special edition of 6 News, Election Day 2024.
Welcome back to your local election headquarters. We're glad you're with us today. The polls are still open in Tennessee for another 3.5 hours.
So if you need to still make your voice heard, you might want to get a move on. Let's check back now with our team coverage of Election Day throughout East Tennessee. 6 on your side reporter Naomi Hilmer has insights on a state representative race that we're keeping an eye on. That's State House Representative race, District 18, I should say, with incumbent Republican Elaine Davis facing Democrat challenger Brian Goldberg.
I am here at Cedar Bluff Middle School, where lines have been out the door since this morning, with voters ready to cast their vote for this year's election. In District 18, Republican incumbent Elaine Davis is running against Democrat Brian Goldberg for the Tennessee House of Representatives. Davis, who has represented District 18 for 2 years now, says if reelected, she will continue to fight for families.
One of the things that is really important to a lot of people is their families. They're wanting their families secure. They're wanting to have good education. They're wanting to be able to provide for their families. And so those are the things about being fiscally conservative, about making sure that we have the ability for our children to have the promise of a future and through a good education and careers. And then also just making sure that our communities and our people are safe.
One thing she and Goldberg say is they both want to ensure students have a good education. Goldberg says he'll take a stand for public schools.
And to get over there and to fight for public education, talk about maybe an equal playing field when it comes to what private schools are required to do and what public schools are being asked to do or being required to do. And a lot of normal citizens don't realize it's not the same thing. So we've got to be able to have a conversation where everybody's on the same level playing field before we talk about taking money out of public school and giving it to private school people. So that's something that I'm excited to lead my voice into. And then honestly, it's all about the women in this election. Here in Tennessee, in my district, across the nation, I think this election's about women, and bringing my voice to restoring their reproductive freedom is something that I'm going to be awfully proud to be able to do.
Both candidates say win or lose, they are proud of their campaigns and the people who have supported them. But ultimately, the decision will be up to the voters. In Knoxville, Naomi Hilmer, 6 on your side.
Thank you, Naomi. We're going to hear more from her coming your way tonight at 5 o'clock.
And now let's check in on the candidates. Vice President Kamala Harris spending the day in Washington, D.C., doing several radio interviews as everyone waits for results. Tonight, her supporters are gathering at her alma mater. ABC's Zoreen Shah is there, too.
We're here at Howard University, and this school plays a major role in the life story of VP Harris. She ran her first race at this school. It was for freshman class representative, and she won. And she says if she wins tonight, she tells a local radio station, she will be the first president ever to be an HBCU grad. Now, her team feels very optimistic about their chances tonight. They say they have a viable path in all 7 battleground states. They say they have one of the biggest ground games in presidential history. As for Harris, she says she'll be having dinner with her family tonight, and then she'll be heading over here to Howard. Zoreen Shah, ABC News, Washington, D.C. I'll throw it over now to my colleague Rena Roy, who's covering the Trump campaign in Florida.
Former President Donald Trump supporters will be here at the Palm Beach Convention Center later tonight. They are hoping for a celebration. The former president himself, he will be at Mar-a-Lago. He's hosting several dinners. It's unclear if we will hear from him here or not. He told reporters earlier today that he does not have a speech planned, but that he can make one quickly. After casting his ballot here in Palm Beach earlier this morning with former First Lady Melania Trump, he says that he is feeling very confident and that he will have a victory tonight. He then went on to push even more false claims about election integrity, placing doubts on voting machines and the voting process overall. But he did say that he will concede if it is a fair election and if he loses. Covering the Trump campaign in West Palm Beach, Florida, Rena Roy, ABC News.
Election officials and law enforcement are not just focused on a fair election, but one that is also safe. And ABC has more on that.
From security measures at polling places that you can see to those that you don't, like fire suppressors installed inside ballot boxes in Connecticut. Officials everywhere not taking chances.
We're providing a police officer at all 177 polling locations.
Civil rights organizations are working with local law enforcement to protect voters at polls and stop voter suppression and fear tactics. In Georgia, 2 voting locations were briefly evacuated in Fulton County after receiving non-credible bomb threats that officials believe were from Russia.
We pretty well dispelled that very quickly, but we want to make sure everything stays safe. So law enforcement did go to every one of those locations, and all but 2 precincts, to our knowledge, did not stop any voting.
The FBI confirming the threats, saying in a statement they appear to originate from Russian email domains. Officials hoping a judge will extend polling hours at the impacted sites. This as officials also bracing for what comes after the election. At least 339 National Guard personnel across 15 states have been activated, ready to help state governments with cybersecurity efforts or protests. All of this amid a barrage of misinformation online. State officials making it clear to voters their ballots will count.
We have evidence of the fact that foreign bad actors will try to distract voters from the sanctity and integrity and security of our elections. Don't fall for it.
Nationally, Election Day voting has gone smoothly. The NAACP says it's had at least 150 reports to its election protection hotline since 6 this morning. The organization says the reports, which specifically impact black voters, have mostly involved ID and voter registration issues. Allison Kosick, ABC News, New York.
Allison, thank you. Now let's find out what's happening outside with Chief Meteorologist Ken Weathers.
Hey, Don, still breezy and warm across the area. Winds still gusting in that 15 to 20 mile per hour range. And I think we'll stay that way till just past sunset, although the higher elevations, I think the winds stay up much of the night. A little bit more cloud cover on the plateau. That's why we're in the low 70s, if not upper 60s, like in Fairfield Glade. But Knoxville, Alcoa at 79 and 82 in Sevierville. By the way, we hit 83 today. That's 1 degree off the record high from back in 1948. And I think we'll be close over the next couple of days to additional record high temperatures. So within 3 days here coming up, today, tomorrow, and the next day, within probably a degree or so of getting to those record levels. Just pretty mild for sure across the region. Lows tonight, low 60s. By the way, 63 Knoxville, 64 is the average high this time of year to show you how mild it's going to be. Now tomorrow we are in the upper 70s. Again, the record high is 80. More cloud cover, though, and at least a chance of a few random light rain showers. I'll talk more about that and when a better opportunity could be headed our way coming up in just a minute, Lori.
All right, thank you, Ken. A case against 8 men accused of looting after Hurricane Helene in Washington County here in Tennessee has been dismissed. The men were accused of breaking into businesses in the area of Corby Bridge Road back on September 28th, the day after all that flooding we had. 5 of those 8 were charged with aggravated burglary, 3 charged with burglary. All 8 were taken into custody.
I'm so glad that the truth got out. It made a lot of news, you know, saying they were illegals and all that. But I'm so glad that everything's got out on the table and we were able to express the truth and we got the verdict that we needed.
After hearing from witnesses, the judge decided to dismiss all charges because he said the men were not trespassing and there was no proof that what they had in their pockets was taken from some of the places allegedly broken into.
Right, yeah, it was a big misunderstanding, I guess, from what happened there. All right, people can learn a lot about you, more than you think probably, just from a photo. Now, because of that, the next time you send a photo or post one online, you might want to double check the settings.
That's because it contains data which notes where, when, and how the image was recorded, but there are some steps you can take to protect your privacy. ABC's Alexis Christoforous tells you about it.
Sharing photos or posting them online has never been easier. But before you snap and send, you might want to think twice. That's because your photos contain something called EXIF data.
You can think of this as little bits of information that are collected when we take a photo. That can include the time and location the photo was taken, potentially down to exact GPS coordinates, your camera settings, and even the make and model of your phone.
Cameras, including the ones on our phones, capture this information, which can be helpful.
I think most of us are probably familiar with our phones organizing our photos by trip or by date, and so this can often be helpful for our own organization, but it's less helpful if we're sharing photos out with other people we may not know as well.
And if it falls into the wrong hands, your safety can be compromised.
This data can be pretty specific, so you're able to see exactly where someone lives and maybe when they're typically home. So it's pretty personal data that if you don't know someone very well, could be used in ways that you don't want.
Some social media companies say they collect EXIF data when you upload your photos, but remove it before they're posted online. Other platforms don't remove it. To prevent sharing this information, go online and search how to remove EXIF data and type in your mobile device. Some smartphones have a built-in feature to toggle off photo data before sharing. There are also free apps and websites that will strip out the data for you. And you can search how to remove EXIF data from photos on Windows and Mac computers too. If you don't want this data attached to your photos in the first place, you can revoke your camera's permission to access your location in your phone's privacy settings. Taking screenshots and sharing those are another way to protect your privacy since they don't capture EXIF data. Alexis Christoforous, ABC News, New York.
I guarantee a lot of people did not know that. I wasn't sure that you had to go those extra steps. But if you have a smartphone, apparently in many cases it'll do the work for you.
I know you can click on it and get the details, so you know. You can rename it or whatever in case you want to.
Yeah. Just make sure you check.
Didn't realize someone else could too. Yeah. All right, let's talk college football for a moment. Some of the teams still fighting for the playoffs are going to be showcased right here on Channel 6 this Saturday. That list, which Tennessee is expected to be on, by the way, is going to be released tonight at 7 p.m. It begins with Florida taking on number 5 Texas at noon. Then it's a battle between the Bulldogs and the Rebels, Ole Miss and Georgia. They're going to play at 3:30 Saturday. Then at 7:30, it's Alabama and LSU. Be sure to join us for our SEC wrap-up show then after those games.
Careers at WATE 6 on your side. We're looking for someone to join our fun and creative sales team. See how you can thrive in the exciting world of television and digital advertising. Email careers@wate.com for more information.
Our veterans are
brave,
heroes, patriotic,
amazing,
loved. On Veterans Day, join WATE 6 on your side as we honor the men and women who fought for our country.
I'll die as a Marine, sir. I'm proud to be a Marine.
Hear from those who served about what their time in the service means to them. They protected our freedom, and we are forever grateful. I'm proud to bring you their stories. Watch Monday night at 7 on WATE 6.
Time now for a quick traffic check. As you can see here from the big map, just a few places where we have congestion. We're going to just dive into some of these areas so you can see a little bit closer. I-40 at 140 right there. On I-40, it's really getting bogged down. And as you can see, on 140 as well, below that, people that are headed south right now, that's bogged down only 20 miles per hour for those folks as well. So if you can avoid that area, that's an area to avoid. Lori?
All right, Don. Earlier today, Tennessee Tech students got the chance to chat with NASA astronaut and University of Tennessee alum Butch Wilmore from the International Space Station. Let's take a look. Students lined up to ask him questions, including those about his daily routines, his mission, and some life lessons he has learned while he's been up there.
Determination, persistence, not giving up, keep pressing forward. There is, there's been a lot of doors that have been shut and permanently shut, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. So I think that's the biggest lesson learned. Like I said, all the things that I learned at Tech, I had some classes that were really tough, but buckle down. I pulled many all-nighters. I can't even count the number of all-nighters I pulled studying, preparing for tests and other things. Just persistence, determination, and keep pressing forward. That's been the biggest benefit the good Lord's given me, and one that was a hard lesson learned, but still benefits me to this day.
Powerful message. Back in June, you remember this, Butch and Suni Williams launched into space for an 8-day mission, but some technical issues made it unsafe for them to get home in their capsule. They're now set to return in February. And we should also note, even though Wilmore is hundreds of miles away, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles away, he says he did manage to vote early a few weeks ago.
Hey, weather-wise across the area, going to be warm enough over the next couple of days. We could be close to record high temperatures again. I'll explain coming up.
Dealing
with Tirsa Smith and Stan Smith on Good Morning Tennessee.
Sunny and warm across much of the area for today. Brisk winds as well. Now, a few clouds are starting to roll into the area. We'll kind of see this on and off throughout the night, so more of a partly cloudy sky. Winds still a little gusty, brighter orange shading there. That's 30 miles per hour or higher across the higher terrains of the Smokies, including LeConte, showing a 24 mile per hour gust at this hour, 26 mile per hour gust in Crossville, and 25 in Tellico Plains. That's boosted temperatures definitely in the higher range for today. Average high is only 64. We hit 83 today, which was 1 degree off the record high of 84 set back in 1948. Yes, it's been a little cooler on the plateau. A bit more cloud covers kept them down. 69 in Fairfield Glade right now, but still 80 in Oak Ridge and 80 in Newport. Lows tonight, again, down to 63. The average high is 64 here in Knoxville, so certainly going to be a mild night ahead. Can't rule out some patchy fog, mainly for lower elevations and more protected areas, because the higher terrain like the Plateau and Smokies, the wind most likely stays up enough to prevent this from being an issue. So I'm not expecting it to be widespread, but just wanted to point that out for first thing tomorrow morning. Highs tomorrow, staying on the warm side. Again, about 10 to 15 degrees above average for most. We're up to 79. But there'll be more in the way of cloud cover across the area tomorrow. This is 7 a.m. through midday. We have a dying cold front coming in our direction. Maybe a random shower or two, but notice the steadier, heavier rains back to our west and to our north through Kentucky and back into Middle Tennessee. But one or two certainly possible across our area as we go later into the afternoon and early evening hours, and then things get a little quieter as we head into Wednesday night. But again, the better chance stays to our west and to our north. Amounts look fairly light, even if you do happen to pick up one of these, probably a couple of hundredths of an inch or less. I'd say a tenth of an inch or less for most areas, but we'll take what we can get at this point. Highs will be above average once again as well for Thursday. Even less opportunity for rain here, but still more clouds than sunshine. But even with that, it's going to be warm. In fact, we're close to a record high temperature tomorrow. Our forecast is 79. The record is 80. Forecast 78 for Thursday. The record is 79, and these are just within the past couple of years. Tomorrow's record back in 2022 and Thursday's record just last year. So it does get warm still this time of year. Our next weather maker, though, is going to focus on the tropics, and this is Rafael, tropical storm right now. Should become a hurricane a little later tonight, crossing Cuba late tomorrow evening into the early nighttime hours. Then the big question is, where does it go? The reason why, if it comes a little further north, it will bring more moisture into our area later into the weekend, especially Saturday into Sunday. For now, I think it brings some moisture into our area. So spotty rain chances expected Saturday. Maybe a little more likely Saturday night into Sunday, but even then we don't see a huge cool down in our temperatures because the front that's pushing that moisture in our direction, it stalls out as well, just like the one we're going to see for tomorrow. So still staying well above average the next few days.
Ken, thank you. Hey, there's a lot more news ahead here next at 5 and at 5:30. It's Election Day, of course. Voters are deciding on either returning former President Donald Trump back to office or elevating Vice President Kamala Harris to the Oval Office.
We are continuing our live coverage of voting locations in and around Knox County, other parts of East Tennessee, where we hear from voters as we get closer to finding out election results. Stay with us. Okay, Krispy Kreme is sweetening Election Day, you might say, by offering all guests a free original glazed donut. The chain says it is democracy celebration, helping share in the pride that comes with taking part in an election by offering one of the most popular items that it has free of charge. Along with that donut, the chain is handing out I voted stickers while supplies last.
Certified by Weather Rate, Storm Team 6 has Knoxville's most accurate forecast. This is your Forecast First, sponsored by Knoxville Wholesale Furniture, the furniture you want.
Sunny, breezy, and warm across the area for today. Just a few more clouds now. This is more what it'll look like through the night tonight, but temperatures will be slow to drop. After a high of 83, we're 75 degrees now, dropping only into the mid-60s by 10 o'clock tonight. And I'll tell you how warm it gets the rest of the week coming up.
Now at 5, the day has finally arrived. It is Election Day. We're taking you around the region as 6 News brings you live team coverage.
Live from the station on your side, this is a special edition of 6 News, Election Day 2024.
Good evening, I'm Bo Williams.
I'm Lori Tucker. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It is Election Day, and voters are turning out to cast their ballots, not just for the race for president. There's a Senate race here in Tennessee. A lot of eyes are on that, along with congressional elections and some local ballot measures.
Now, we have live team coverage at polling locations all across East Tennessee, and we want to start tonight with 6 on Your Side reporter Don Dare, live from really one of the busiest voting locations in our area, Cedar Bluff Middle out in West Knox County. Don.
Well, Bo, you know that feeling at the beginning of the game when the odds makers predict that it's going to be even? Well, during this heated presidential race, the polls have predicted that the race is going to be even. So there's been a lot of anxiety and anticipation. But today, voters here at this precinct, they're going to decide who they want for president, as well as who they want in local, state, and other federal offices. Here at Cedar Bluff Middle School, the line has been long all day long. Election monitors say when the precinct opened at 8 o'clock this morning, it took nearly an hour and a half to get inside. But once inside, it just takes just a few moments to vote. And we talked with some people who have already cast their ballots.
I'm a first-time voter, so yes, very exciting. But I'm glad it's over. Yeah, I'm glad I finally got to be here.
I'm ready to stop getting phone calls and text messages every day.
And that's been happening?
Yes, nonstop.
And do you respond to them?
No, I look at them, but I don't respond to them.
Waited in line an hour and a half over here. An hour in the sun.
Yet it is worth it?
Well worth it. It's an honor and a privilege. It's a duty.
To be able to vote?
Absolutely.
Well, nearly 1,100 people have already cast their vote here at this precinct. They're predicting that the line will be a lot longer as we get closer to 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock tonight. Remember, polls close at 8 o'clock. Bo and Lori, back to you.
All right, Don, thank you. Yeah, as everybody gets off work, they immediately go cast their vote, then they go home. Exactly. You know, as we mentioned, we have crews all across the area as we continue to monitor voter turnout with just barely under 3 hours to go until the polls close.
Yes, and we want to continue. 6 on Your Side reporter Molly O'Brien is at Halls High School with the latest from that polling location. Molly, how busy has that been over there?
Well, Bo and Lori, Election Day is finally here, and as you said, we are at Halls High School, one of the voting precincts here in Knox County. You can see several people behind me casting their ballots. We've been here since about 11:45 this morning. I'll say the line has been steady throughout the day today. Now, I did reach out to Knox County Election Administrator Chris Davis earlier today. He tells me some polling locations are experiencing longer lines than others. I spoke with Kaylin Gardner, who is a first-time voter here, about the voting process.
I have to vote. I have to be there for my country. Just come and do it. It's quick and easy, so it literally took me like 5 minutes. So.
Now, I did ask Chris Davis if they're experiencing any issues here in Knox County. He tells me it's just the standard issues that they typically see when it comes to a big election, like people not knowing where to vote or if they're registered. I've been told by an election worker that just over 1,100 people have cast their ballots here at this location. Like you both said, polls close at 8 p.m., so people still have time to cast their vote. Reporting live in Halls, Molly O'Brien, 6 on your side.
Molly, thank you. Yeah, Don just said about 1,100 at Cedar Bluff.
Same amount
about 1,100 there at Halls. All right, it's a busy day, obviously, for poll workers in Sevier County.
6 on your side, reporter Ella Wales is live for us in Seymour. Ella, what is the turnout like there?
We're at Seymour Primary School, and poll workers here have told us that more than 700 people have voted at this location today. However, early voting was the winner. They told us that 10,000 people voted at a nearby early voting location during that time. They also expect the numbers to pick up over the next few hours. We've seen more and more people come as people are getting off of work. And many voters we've spoken to today have said that this election is possibly the most important one our country has seen. They've also told us that everybody they know, coworkers, friends, family, have all also voted.
It did seem extra important this time. You have a lot of issues that revolve around race, I've heard. Even the LGBTQ plus community is, they have rights that they're fighting for. The economics is a huge reason why people need to vote. Both candidates have valid points. I have my personal opinions about what I believe in, and I'm actually voting for policy rather than a candidate myself.
The polls here in Sevier County close at 8 p.m. tonight, and if you're still coming out, don't forget to bring your photo ID. Reporting live in Seymour, Ella Wales, 6 on your side.
All right, Ella, thank you so much. And it looks like the weather has certainly cooperated for voting today. It's a gorgeous day out there. Chief Meteorologist Ken Weathers is here. Is it going to stay that way?
No problems, Lori. No jacket even needed, as warm as it's going to stay this evening. By the way, we were 1 degree off a record high today. We hit 83, the record 84. Back in 1948. Still very pleasant. Going to be a beautiful sunset, by the way. Live look at our Anakeesta camera. Back towards Mount LeConte. Winds are still a little gusty in some spots. Gust of 13 in Gatlinburg, but the higher terrain of the Smokies, especially above about 3,500 feet, we've got some winds gusting over 30 miles per hour still at this time. It'll stay a little breezy through evening and then slowly die down overnight, but it's still going to be mild. We're still 75. Alcoa just changing to 77, as is Oak Ridge, and 79 in Sevierville. As I mentioned, we were 1 degree off the record high today. The record was 84, set back in 1948. And I think over the next couple of days, we're going to be close to those values as well. Close to record highs, that is. Staying mild tonight, 63, the overnight low. By the way, 64 is the average high this time of year, to put it in perspective. Even with more clouds and a random shower or two tomorrow, we're still in the upper 70s. I'll tell you when it does get a little cooler coming up in just a minute.
All right, Ken, thank you. Just into the 6 newsroom, a bogus text message about the vote in Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee Secretary of State Trey Hargett says reports have come into his office that voters are getting text messages which read, quote, "Your 2024 presidential election ballot has been officially removed from consideration," end quote.
Hargett says this message is nothing more than a scam. He says it has been reported to authorities for further investigation. So if you get that, disregard it.
All right, if you voted earlier today, or maybe you're getting ready to head out to the polls, you may notice more security than normal as law enforcement agencies are out both statewide and nationwide.
There is a reason for that. Of course, the FBI setting a command post here in Tennessee. They say they'll work closely with local, state, and federal partners to handle any violent activity and protect Americans' right to a fair and safe election.
We've always been in a ready posture to address those kind of threats, and these are the type of scenarios that we've been getting ready for, just in case if they were to happen. It's unfortunate when individuals take action in violent ways, and so any American citizen, whoever you might be at any role in society, should feel safe and secure through this whole entire process.
And Tennessee Secretary of State Hargett's slogan, "In Tennessee, it's easy to vote and hard to cheat," attributing that to the election laws passed by the General Assembly and administered by the county election commissions.
Also to note, the Heritage Foundation ranks Tennessee #1 in the nation for election integrity. Knoxville Area Transit has been trying to make it easier for voters to get to their polling stations before they close by offering free rides all day today.
We are told passengers can plan their route to the polling stations using the free transit app, the trip planner feature on CAT's website, or by calling customer service at the number on your screen. It's pretty small there, but the number is 865-637-3000. And a reminder for those who are going out to vote this evening, you cannot wear a hat, a t-shirt, or a sticker that shows your favorite candidate.
Yeah, you know, Tennessee is one of 21 states where there is a strict dress code when casting your ballot. They consider political apparel as campaigning, which is not allowed at the polls. All right, still to come on 6 News at 5 o'clock. Yesterday, former President Trump spent his time reaching out to prospective voters in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and then wrapping things up in Michigan.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris concluded her campaign push in Pennsylvania. We're going to have the latest from both camps as we wait for the votes to start coming in after the polls close.
Going to be warm enough over the next few days that we could be close to record high temperatures. I'll explain coming up.
Faced billions of dollars of debt. How do they do it? And can they help you pay off your medical bills? We're on your side Thursday night at 6 on 6 News. No doubt the biggest race of the night focuses on who will call the Oval Office home for the next 4 years. We are checking in now with both campaigns tonight. And we start with our Washington correspondent, Rashad Hudson, who will be following the former president this evening.
I'm Rashad Hudson at the Trump Election Night Watch Party in West Palm Beach. The room here at the West Palm Beach Convention Center is expected to be packed with supporters of former President Trump, and many of them are coming from all over the country. We're told that celebrities who have endorsed the former president are also expected to be in attendance.
Former President Donald Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, each cast their ballots in their home states, Trump in Florida and Vance in Ohio.
I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today.
One of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself.
Trump says he believes his messaging on the economy and the southern border will help him win over voters. He spent time criticizing the voting process in some states.
And frankly, if they'd used paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock.
This afternoon, Trump stopped by his campaign headquarters to thank volunteers.
There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around.
And like many Americans, Trump will be watching the results come in from home before making his way over here to see supporters. Reporting in West Palm Beach, I'm Rashad Hudson.
And now to Washington, D.C. correspondent Hannah Brandt, who is at Vice President Kamala Harris's election party at Howard University in D.C. and her final push to get people to vote.
I'm Hannah Brandt at the Harris Election Night Watch Party in Washington, D.C. I'm standing on the campus of Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris will be later tonight. But first, she stopped by Democratic Party headquarters earlier today to make some last-minute phone calls to voters.
Now that Election Day is finally here, Vice President Kamala Harris is urging people to get out and vote.
I think it's so important. We have so much work to do.
The Harris campaign has spent months pouring time and money into winning over voters, especially in the 7 battleground states expected to decide this election. Today, she took to the phones to do interviews with radio hosts in each of those states, including with the V103 morning show in Atlanta.
We have two very different visions of the future of our nation, and mine is focused on progress. Mine is focused on investing in the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people.
And tonight, she'll be watching the results roll in just a couple miles away from the White House at her alma mater, Howard University.
It's full circle for me.
And in some of those interviews, the VP shared that before she comes here to Howard tonight, she'll be having dinner at home with her family, which she says is a tradition. At the Harris Election Night Watch Party in D.C., I'm Hannah Brandt.
Of course, we'll continue to follow the race tonight. Other news we are watching for you tonight, though. The investigation continues after a 100-year-old building on the campus of Knoxville College erupted into flames last night. Fire crews still working to put out hot spots this morning. Now, the L. Nathan building is considered a total loss. The fire was called into 911 around 8:30 last night. When crews arrived, they reported flames coming from the top of the building. A decision was made that no fire crews would enter the building, and they remained at the scene overnight. Last night, we spoke with an alum of the college about how the fire has impacted them.
Well, obviously, the impact, you're shocked, but at the same time, not shocked. This is an issue that we've had on campus for quite some time with folks breaking into the buildings and setting little fires here and there. This fire that's behind me is definitely most major fire that we've had on campus. The college has done a very good job of securing the campus, securing the buildings. We worked with the city to make sure that these buildings were secure. But this is an example of what happens when folks can still break into the building.
Knoxville Fire says they believe the building burned so fast due to all the wood in the building. But as of this afternoon, there is no cause of this fire. And if anyone has information, maybe you saw something, you are asked to reach out to the phone number on your screen, 865-637-1386.
Knoxville police say a 15-year-old student is charged tonight with making a threat of mass violence against a Knox County school. KPD says officers took the teenager into custody after getting reports last night about a Bearden High School student making a verbal threat against the school. We're told detectives working with the Knox County DA's office went to the student's home in West Knoxville and took him into custody.
KPD detectives investigating the death of a man at a home on Hawthorne Avenue in South Knoxville. Investigators note that their investigation is still in the early stages and that the cause of the death is unknown at this time. Of course, once we learn more, we will let you know both on air and online at WATE.com.
Some types of cheese sold at Aldi and Market Basket have been voluntarily recalled due to a potential risk for listeria. According to Savencia Cheese USA, processing equipment at one of its facilities may have been contaminated with the infection. The company says testing did not find any contaminated products, but a voluntary recall for certain cheeses. Most of them are soft cheeses, are on your screen right now. The Food and Drug Administration says the few retailers that received the recalled cheese have been informed and are now removing the product. Now, no reports of Listeria infections have been confirmed right now.
Switch back now to our coverage of the campaigns and casting your vote at the ballot box. The fastest growing part of our area right now seems to be Blount County.
There's been a big turnout there. 6 on Your Side reporter Dominic Webster is at Alcoa High School. Dominic, what about today? We know early voting was very healthy there. What about Election Day itself?
Yeah, Bo and Lori, at last check, there were just over 700 ballots cast here at the Alcoa High School precinct. We don't have a total number yet for the entire county and all those precincts. But earlier this afternoon, I spoke with Sam McKenzie. He's currently the state representative for District 15 in Knox County. He was out and about at different polling sites, talking to those going in to cast their votes and talking to them about what they want to see done with this new administration, whoever that might be. And when I asked him about what people were saying to him, this is what he had to say.
I've had really good responses from the people that I've spoken to today. They've been excited about just having the ability to elect their next president. But they're just really, optimistic in seeing other people engage.
Yeah, and you hear him talking about the optimism there in Knox County. There's definitely plenty of optimism here in Blount County at Alcoa High School. In the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen about half a dozen first-time voters come in, and each time they come in and they say, hey, I'm a first-time voter, they get a big round of applause from the poll workers here. And coming up at 6, we're actually going to talk to one of those first-time voters as she cast her ballot here at Alcoa High School. For now, reporting live in Blount County, Dominic Webster, 6 on Your Side.
Oh, exciting to see those first-time voters. Dominic, thank you so much. As you know, we have reporters all over the place tonight, so stay with us for the best local election coverage. Bo.
All right, maybe you're getting ready to head out the door. Let's get you up to date on what's going on as far as traffic around the area. Still watching some slow traffic for you right there along I-140. This is eastbound near Westland Drive. Had an incident earlier. Still a couple of vehicles off on the shoulder. It is still causing some backups for you. Again, this is eastbound I-140. So say you're going from 40 toward Alcoa Highway. Traffic, though, it is starting to move a little bit better back near Kingston Pike. It was bumper to bumper there for a while. Other spots we've been watching for you. We've got crews that we've been mentioning all across the area right now. Traffic looking okay over near Cedar Bluff Middle. That's where Don Dare has been throughout the day. And we heard from Molly O'Brien earlier up around the Halls area. Right now, speeds there near Halls High School looking good.
No weather worries either for those that are in line or about to head out to vote. Beautiful sunset will be taking place pretty soon, the next 30 minutes. But do you notice the camera bouncing here a little bit? Gatlinburg Sky Park winds are still pretty brisk in much of the area. We've got gusts of 15 in Gatlinburg, 20 in Maryville, 23 in Crossville, 22 at LeConte. But there are some areas in the Smokies we're seeing gusts still that 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Those southerly winds and a lot of sunshine today boosted temperatures up into the low 80s. We're in the mid to upper 70s still at this hour, but a little cooler to the west simply because a bit more cloud cover here compared to what we've seen elsewhere across the region for today. Lows tonight stay on the mild side, upper 50s to low 60s for most, including 63 in Knoxville, which, by the way, 64 is the average high this time of year, showing you just how mild it's going to be overnight tonight. Highs tomorrow, another very warm day, up into the upper 70s, maybe close to 80 degrees. There'll be a few. Manorville, Newport, also Cades Cove, Tellico Plains, Loudon, Iota. Just depends on how much sunshine you see across the area. Will depend on how warm you get. I think there'll be a little more sun over towards the foothills. Again, as the winds are coming out of a southerly direction, but a lot of cloud cover throughout the day. This is 7 a.m. through midday. We have an approaching cold front that's kind of putting on the brakes, so the better chances of rain are to our north and to our west. But a few random showers are certainly possible. This is noon right through 3 o'clock. So keep an umbrella handy. Maybe not be a bad idea, but most areas you're probably not going to need it for very long if you happen to see one of these random showers. Things get a little quieter through the evening. This is 7 o'clock. Notice the scattered showers, a little bit more likely back to our north and west, even through Wednesday evening. amounts look light, a couple of hundredths of an inch. That's about all we'll see for most areas if you happen to pick up one of these random showers or storms. So even with the cloud cover, even with the chances of rain, it's going to be pretty mild tomorrow and Thursday. Rain chances look lower, but still kind of a variably cloudy sky. What I mean by that is more clouds than sunshine, but at times you'll see breaks of sun here and there. But look, we're talking mid to upper 70s even into Thursday. So we were 1 degree off a record high today. I think we're 1 degree off tomorrow and in Thursday as well. And look when these records were set. Just a couple of years ago, last year for Thursdays, back in 2023. All right, our next weather maker, the tropics. Quickly, we'll talk about Rafael. 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm should become a hurricane a little bit later tonight. Then the big question is for the weekend, where does this system go? Stays a little further west, less likely we see rain into the weekend, or amounts will be lower. The further north it goes, a little more likely we'll see some steadier, heavier rain. I'm thinking at this point we see some rain showers, especially a little later in the day, Saturday into Sunday. That brings temperatures down a little bit, closer to 70 degrees, but even that is above average. So no huge cool down headed our way, at least over the next 7 to 10 days.
All right, thank you, Ken. Still to come tonight, for both former President Trump and Vice President Harris are receiving a unique tribute in an unexpected way. We'll look at one artist's vision for them. You don't want to miss that.
Americans head to the polls for Election Day. A mosaic artist in Kosovo has paid tribute to the 2 U.S. presidential candidates with his latest piece.
Okay, this is what he used. 256 pounds of multicolored beans and grains. This artist created portraits of both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and it's right there in the middle of town in western Kosovo.
You know, he holds the Guinness World Record for creating the largest grain image measuring over 6,000 feet. He did that back in 2019.
All right, you see Harris is almost finished. She's still working on Trump. Maybe we'll see the finished product soon. Back in the U.S., voters will be deciding, of course, whether to send Donald Trump back to the White House or to elevate Kamala Harris to the Oval Office.
Coming up next on 6 News at 5:30, the race for the White House, not the only one that we're keeping a close eye on tonight.
Tennesseans are being asked to weigh in on a number of key state and local races. We're hearing from voters on those issues coming up at 5:30.
Our 29th anniversary at Sofas & More means no interest financing for 5 years. Save on name brands like Lazy Boy, England, and Catnapper. It's in stock now with
East Tennessee. Plus, stay connected with breaking news alerts. Here's a look at this week's top stories on 6 News.
Need to add a little fun to your life? You need to stop.
Your 6 update is sponsored by the Garza Law Firm.
Coming up new at 6 o'clock, it is Election Day, and months of campaigning have been building to this moment.
People not just deciding who will be president, there are, of course, other races on the ballot. Tonight, we're hearing from the candidates.
Plus, voters like you sound off as they head to the polls. Our live team coverage continues tonight at 6.
And that is it for 6 News at 5, but Bo and I will be back for 6 News at 6.
Don't go anywhere. 6 News at 5:30 begins now with Don Hudson and Ken Weathers.
Live from the station on your side, this is a special edition of 6 News, Election Day 2024.
Right now at 5:30, voters across the country are making a big decision about who should lead the country for the next 4 years. We'll have the latest on Election Day 2024. Good to be with you. I'm Don Hudson, and thank you for choosing 6 News at 5:30. Polls are open for another 2.5 hours or so, so if you want to make your voice heard, you still have a chance to do so at your assigned precinct. And we have been and will continue to check in with our team coverage of Election Day throughout East Tennessee. In fact, 6 on Your Side reporter Naomi Hilmer has insights now on a state representative race we're keeping an eye on.
There has been a steady line here at Cedar Bluff Middle School since this morning, but voters are telling me the lines have gotten shorter throughout the day. But as many people come to cast their vote in this year's election, they say the lines are worth it. I spoke to one voter who said she specifically chooses to vote on Election Day as a tradition.
It's a right and it's a privilege that we've been given by people that have sacrificed a lot.
over the last 200 plus years. So it's dishonoring them if we don't use that right and privilege. It just is. I feel very strongly about that. You can leave part of the ballot blank if you so choose to do so, but just come out and make your voice heard.
She told me once she got in line, she waited for about an hour, but as soon as she got through those doors, the process was fairly easy. In Knoxville, Naomi Hilmer, 6 on your side.
Naomi, thank you very much. We're going to hear more from Naomi coming up tonight at 6 as well. All right, we're going to take a break from polling locations in and around Knoxville and go up to Kingsport now. Reporter Catherine Simpson joins us to talk about an election happening with incumbent Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger. Catherine, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Don, Congresswoman Harshbarger is seeking a third term on Capitol Hill, and I'm here in her hometown of Kingsport. Now, she's got 3 opponents, Democrat Kevin Jenkins and Independents Richard Baker and Levi Brake. Now, here in her home county, Sullivan County, about 50,000 people have cast their ballots so far in early voting. And election officials told me they expected around 23,000 to vote today. I caught up with the Congresswoman this afternoon as she was making trips to polling places across her district, which runs from just east of Morristown to the North Carolina state border. Harshbarger told me voters are bringing up 2 big issues today, immigration and the economy.
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? That's the only question you need to ask. And anybody that I ask, they say no. So that tells you where the heart of America is. It's in their wallet, and they know they're paying more for everyday goods.
Harshbarger is currently part of a narrow Republican majority in the House of Representatives. Democrats currently have a majority in the Senate. But tonight, Harshbarger says she thinks both houses will flip for Republicans. And that'll help the party enact a fiscally conservative agenda, including spending limits. Now, I've been in touch with Sullivan County election officials all day, and they tell me that they're expecting to get the results up pretty quickly by around 9:30 or 10 p.m. tonight. Reporting live in Kingsport, Catherine Simpson, back to you.
All right, Catherine, thank you very much. Let's take a break from the election talk and let's talk about the weather instead. Chief Meteorologist Ken Weathers joins us now in the Storm Center with tonight's forecast. It's like we got a new version of the 70s show, Ken.
Yeah. Hey, been a beautiful day, though, Don, for people that were out voting for today or still may be out there this evening. A little on the breezy side. Yes, they've been strong southerly winds at 20 to 25 miles per hour, at least gusting. And we still have some of that now, but that pushed temperatures in the low 80s for today. Still sitting at 75, Knoxville, Sevierville 79, and still 80 right now in Newport. Little cooler on the plateau because of some cloud cover today. They saw more clouds than what we had here across East Tennessee, but we were 1 degree off a record high today. We hit 83. 84 was the record set back in 1948. Lows tonight, low 60s for many. 63 in Knoxville to be more specific. 64 is the average high this time of year for early November. So we're only seeing that into the overnight hours. Through the day tomorrow, 79 the expected high. We'll see more cloud cover, but a few random rain showers possible, but still amazing that we're going to see temperatures back in the upper 70s for tomorrow. In fact, the next couple of days, we're probably within a degree of a record high. Tomorrow's record is 80, set back in 22. And then Thursday's 79, just set last year. So we'll be close over the next couple of days. Don, I'll tell you if we have any cool air headed our way anytime soon, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Ken, thank you. Coming up next on 6 News at 5:30, nearly 3 million Americans are going to vote from overseas, or at least out of the country. Their take on what they are expecting still to come in our D.C. Pulse report.
100 people who live in the Tijuana, Northwest Baja region.
Rosarito is a popular beach town about 20 miles south of Tijuana. It's home to the iconic Rosarito Beach Hotel. The area is also home to many Americans.
Spent a lot of time in Rosarito.
Desmond Murray is originally from Northern Ireland, but is now a U.S. citizen. Like many expats, he is keeping an eye on Tuesday's election.
I think we need a more reflective America that reaches out to the world community for peace and democracy.
Desmond told us whether it's Vice President Harris or former President Trump, he wants a leader who can unite the U.S.
The country's clearly divided badly. We need to be more tolerant of each other, less hate, less talk of hate, and try and work together as a country and a community.
But there is also some division among Americans in Baja who disagree on who should be the next president of the United States.
My ballot is to vote for Donald Trump for president. He's going to be tough on immigration, no doubt about it, but it's going to benefit Mexico too, and benefit the U.S.
I'm surprised that people follow him. He lies about everything, and then when he's caught, he says that he doesn't do it, but he lies about almost everything he says is a lie.
All right, according to U.S. figures, 2.9 million Americans living abroad are expected to participate in the election in those countries such as Australia, Japan, France, and Mexico. All right, still to come, we're going to hear how Coach Kim Caldwell is feeling right ahead of her first real game as the head coach of the Lady Vols in tonight's Orange and White Nation Report.
Hey, the unseasonably warm temperatures, those are going to continue the rest of the week, but I'll tell you if we'll stay dry or not. That's coming up.
Station Report, sponsored by your Greater Knoxville Honda dealers.
The Vols have not been using their tight ends as receivers much this season, but that all changed on Saturday. The tight end room caught 9 passes for 124 yards against Kentucky. The star in that position group was Miles Kitzelman. The senior caught 6 of those passes for just under 100 yards and a touchdown, as you saw. The TD grab was even off a broken play.
Yeah, just being a ball player, I mean, the tight zone played out totally different than what we expected, what's on tape, what's been really 3 years going against that defense. And honestly, it was a dead play that those 2 guys just made right, and pretty freaking special when, I don't know, up in the box when that one happened, we were losing our minds, and pretty cool.
9 catches is the most the tight end room has had this season. The next highest was 6 against North Carolina State. Now on the hardwood, the Kim Caldwell era is officially here. The Lady Vols tip off their season tonight against Sanford at 6:30. Caldwell has won everywhere she goes, and athletic director Danny White is hoping that continues in the SEC. The new head coach got a taste of Rocky Top in the Lady Vols exhibition last Thursday, but now she's going to see it on full display. As for the emotions surrounding the game for Caldwell,
oh, I'm always nervous. Always. And I will always be nervous. That's just the type of person that I am. And so, you know, you just prepare as much as you can prepare. But, of course, as it gets closer to game time, no matter what, where, or when we are, I'll be nervous.
Caldwell also mentioned that the pregame intros during the exhibition were like nothing she's seen before. Once again, tip-off is set for 6:30. We'll have an update on this game tonight at 11.
Sun has dipped below the horizon, but still quite warm out there. They got the Christmas tree lit up at Gatlinburg Sky Park, and still some people out enjoying on the rocking chairs out there on this beautiful evening. A little breezy in some of the higher elevation areas. That's why Sevierville still 78 right now, 70 at Cades Cove. We're 75 in Knoxville and 75 degrees in Loudon. By the way, we hit 83 today. 84 was the record set back in 1948, so we were 1 degree off of that. Lows tonight down to 63 in Knoxville, Alcoa, 59 in Sevierville, 59 in Jefferson City, 63 in Oneida. We'll call it a partly cloudy sky, but it stays dry. And by the way, this 63 in Knoxville, 64 is the average high this time of year. That's how mild it's going to be overnight tonight. Another warm day tomorrow, right back in the upper 70s. Wouldn't be surprised if a few areas touch the 80-degree mark, especially if you don't pick up any rainfall across the area. I don't expect a lot. About a third of the area probably sees a random shower or two, and whatever you do see, amounts look to be on the lighter side, probably 1/10 of an inch or less for most areas. Anakista, 78, 64 at LeConte tomorrow. Again, more clouds than sunshine, and a random shower certainly possible. We start out with cloud cover. This is 7 a.m. through midday, and yeah, there may be a random sprinkle or shower. The better opportunity, though, is going to be mid-afternoon, timing-wise. Notice as we hit 3 o'clock, you see some of the random pop-up showers around. Maybe a rumble of thunder, but nothing severe. Then things slowly start to quiet down as we get into the evening hours. This is 7 p.m. Notice, though, the showers staying a little bit more to our west and to our north. That's because the cold front coming in across the state now kind of puts on the brakes and slowly weakens. So that's why we don't expect to see a lot of rainfall for tomorrow. Even into Thursday, variably cloudy, meaning at times it's cloudy, other times we see a little bit of sunshine, and we kind of do that ebb and flow dance, if you will, throughout the day. Temperatures mid to upper 70s, so another warm day on Thursday as well. To put it in perspective, again, we were 1 degree off a record high today. I think we'll be very close to that over the next 2 days. The record high for Wednesday is 80. Our forecast is 79. The record for Thursday is 79. Our forecast is 78. Look what these records were. 2022 for tomorrow and last year for Thursday. All right, our next weather maker, the tropics. We are still keeping an eye on this. This is Tropical Storm Raphael. We should get an update a little bit later this evening, but currently a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, forecast to become a hurricane later tonight, crossing the western tip of Cuba and then out over the Gulf of Mexico. It does look like it will weaken as we go through the weekend. The big question is, where does the moisture from the system go? If it stays further to the west, we see less rainfall for the weekend. If it stays further east, we see increased opportunity. So what I'm thinking right now, 7 o'clock Saturday, Some scattered showers, especially across the western part of the state. Then as this cold front gets a little closer, it pulls some of the moisture up into the area. So this is Saturday afternoon at 4. The warm front tries to lift north across the area Saturday at 8. Hopefully this holds true. That way we'd see a little bit drier conditions or less likely opportunities for rain Saturday night for the Vols game. But then we'll watch that cold front again, like the one moving through now. It kind of falls apart, but slightly better rain chances, I think, as we go overnight Saturday into Sunday, especially for our Plateau and Kentucky counties. So certainly not a washout anytime soon coming up, and definitely no cool down anytime soon. The coolest it looks like we'll see, 70 for a high on Sunday, and that's still 6 degrees above average, Don.
All right, Ken, thank you. You know, Halloween may be behind us, but that doesn't mean you won't see something scary, particularly when it comes to being online. And we're not talking about websites or scams today. As our consumer technology reporter Jamie Tucker shows us, maybe the scariest part of the internet is what social media knows about you.
Now, some of us have been on Facebook for nearly 20 years, and in that time we've all shared TMI, too much information. And if you dare look, you can find out everything Facebook knows about you. Go to account settings and look for your information. The activity log dates back to when you first joined Facebook. Every post, every comment, and everything you've ever searched for is saved here. Now, some of the data can be deleted, but the information will always be stored on Meta servers unless you close your account. Poke around the categories there to see what's there. Some of it you won't even remember sharing. Now, thankfully, Facebook deactivated its facial recognition tool a few years ago. Plus, it deleted all of that data. That technology could pick people out of a crowd and tag them. Like this photo I was barely in, taken by someone who was not a Facebook friend. While that feature is gone, Facebook says it's reviewing the technology and may bring it back one day. And since you're in settings, if you haven't done it in a while, take Facebook's privacy checkup. And while you're there at Access My Information, download that information onto a computer. And if your Facebook page ever gets hacked and you can't get back in, you can upload that downloaded information and start a brand new profile so you won't lose anything. That's What the Tech. I'm Jamie Tucker.
Some good advice there. And remember, anyone can look back at your public post, even if you're not Facebook friends with them and even if they're not on Facebook. All right, time now to get a traffic update. Looking at the big picture, we have a couple of places where we're seeing some slowdowns and some congestion. And one of the big problems that we saw is out on 140. We had that accident. Still looks like there are a couple of cars on the side of the road from that accident, and a lot of traffic backed up there, going slow as you head southbound on 140. And there's up there at Kingston Pike and 140, you can see that kind of slow traffic there as well, all because of that issue. As far as some drive times here, I-40 to Alcoa, 13 minutes instead of 9, and I-40 to Paper Mill Drive, it's 15 minutes instead of 6, so almost 3 times as long. All right, let's take a look at what we're working on for 6 o'clock tonight. If you have not voted, you are running out of time to get to the polls. However, if you still want your voice to be heard, we'll tell you what you need to do in the next couple of hours. Plus, there are also other races on the ballot. It's not just the presidential candidates, and tonight we are hearing from some of those local candidates. And voters like you sound off as they head to the polls. Our live team election coverage continues at 6.
WATE 6 on your side.
Live from downtown Knoxville.
You can watch on TV or WATE.com beginning at 11.
Back in Texas, police officers rescuing 3 dogs from a pond. Manville police say they got an early morning call yesterday that 3 dogs were stuck in that retention pond. Doesn't really have a bank that you can get out. Acted quickly. Officers grabbing those collars and grabbing the dogs and getting them out. Sergeant Peters and Officer Garcia, that's who we see here doing that work. Snatched the dogs out of the water, got them to dry land, gave them a little care. They said they were tired and scared. The Manville Police Department says the 3 dogs are now safe and sound and with their owners. All right, that does it for the news at 5:30. Bo, Lori, and Ken have your top headlines and weather at 6.
Certified by Weather Rate, Storm Team 6 has Knoxville's most accurate forecast. This is your forecast first. Sponsored by Knoxville Wholesale Furniture, the furniture you want.
All quiet across the area this evening after a high of 83 degrees, 1 degree off the record high of 84 set back in 1948. We've dropped some, 69 degrees right now. We'll fall into the mid-60s by 11, slowly cooling off for tonight. But our warming trend that we've seen, that continues. More on that coming up.
Live from the station on your side, this is a special edition of 6 News, Election Day 2024.
Right now at 6, it is Election Day, and months of campaigning have been building up to this moment.
People not just deciding who will be president, there are other races on the ballot as well. And tonight we are hearing from the candidates and voters like you.
And as voting continues across East Tennessee, we take you around the area with live team coverage on this special edition of 6 News at 6. We are your local election headquarters. Glad you're with us. Good evening. I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Bo Williams. If you haven't yet, you are beginning to run out of time to vote in the November election.
Yeah, you only have around 2 hours left now to head out to the polls to make your voice heard in the race for the White House, along with several other races.
Yeah, the U.S. Senate race between Democratic State Representative Gloria Johnson and incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn is another race on the ballot, and both candidates optimistic that they will win when we spoke with them yesterday.
In Tennessee, we know that we have had a good, solid turnout from Republican areas in the early vote. So we are very hopeful.
We're feeling very hopeful, very good. We have got so much support all across the state. We have visited all 95 counties, listened to people and people who thanked us so much.
Now, there are also, of course, congressional races on the ballot here in Knox County. Voters will choose between these two, Republican incumbent Congressman Tim Burchett and his Democrat challenger, Jane George.
And people continue to make their way to the polls here in Knox County.
6 on Your Side reporter Don Dare joins us now from Cedar Bluff Middle. And Don, get us caught up on what it's like there right now.
Well, Lori, several people told us here today that they are relieved that Election Day is finally here. And many inside are relieved that they made it inside because the line is so long outside. You know, in the heated presidential contest, polls have shown how tight that race is. Well, today, we get to vote not only for president, but for state, local, and other federal offices as well. Here at Cedar Bluff Middle School, the line has been long all day long. At one point, it took nearly 90 minutes to get inside. But people are polite as they wait in line, and once they're inside, it takes just minutes to vote. And we talked with several people who have already cast their ballots.
I'm relieved. I'm relieved. Feels good to vote.
You're relieved because?
It's a long time waiting. I hope the country makes the right decision. Yeah.
It's been very stressful. As a matter of fact, last night at around 11:44 p.m., I thought, please, just let it be over. I've still got over 12 hours probably before I can get up here to vote, and I just want it to be over. It's been very stressful.
This is my first time voting, so very exciting. I've been looking forward to it. I kind of wish I voted early since it was really hot out here. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I did this. I want to make my voice heard.
You have to pray. Whoever the Lord chooses for us, we go with it.
That's your philosophy.
That's how I believe.
Now, nearly 1,200 people here at Cedar Bluff Middle School have voted at this hour. I just checked outside. That line is long. It will likely take the last person in line about an hour to get inside. But the good thing is, if you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will still get to vote. It's going to be an interesting evening, Bo and Lori.
Yes, it is. All right, Don, thank you so much. And for those of you in Knoxville who are headed out to the polls tonight, you will also have 2 amendments to vote on.
Yeah, and the one that is getting a lot of talk is Amendment 2. If passed, it would essentially make all Knoxville City Council seats at large.
Those in favor of the change, such as Vice Mayor Tommy Smith, say that all voters should have the power to hold all City Council members accountable.
However, opponents to Amendment 2, such as State Representative Sam McKenzie, argue that it would weaken the strength of black and minority voting in individual districts.
The Knox County Election Commission adds that the amendments on the ballot have really slowed down some voters who didn't do their homework in advance. So you need to take a look at that sample ballot if you haven't headed out yet to make sure you're familiar with what that issue is.
If you're here to head out to vote, just check WAT.com real quick before you head over. Well, 6 on Your Side reporter Molly O'Brien joins us now from Halls High School. Molly, what are you seeing there tonight?
Well, like you said, Bo, I am at Halls High School. You can see several people behind me casting their ballots. We've been here since about 11:45 this morning, and I will say the line has been steady throughout the day. I spoke with several voters who tell me this process has been quick and easy. At times, they've waited anywhere from 5 to 25 minutes. Now, I did reach out to Knox County Election Administrator Chris Davis earlier today. He tells me some polling locations are experiencing longer lines compared to others. I spoke with Andrew Phillips, who is a first-time voter, about this voting process.
It was one of those things that you gotta look at it and realize it's not just a privilege, it's a responsibility. And you know, finding what you care about, what you love in this country and about this nation, it's not just given to you, it's a choice that many people before us have made and that many people behind us will also have to make. And so finding where you lie in that and your values and your integrity and where you stand on this country and the issues we face today, you know, this is the one way to have your voice heard.
Now, I did ask Chris Davis if Knox County was seeing any issues. He tells me they're experiencing the typical issues they expected when it comes to a big election, like people not knowing if they're registered or where to vote. And you heard Phillips there. He was one of many voters I spoke to who encourages everyone to get out and vote. You still have about 2 hours to cast your ballot. Polls close at 8 p.m. I have been told by an election worker around 1,200 ballots have been cast at this location. Reporting live in Halls, Molly O'Brien, 6 on Your Side.
All right, Molly, thank you. And voting continuing all across the area right now.
6 on Your Side reporter Ella Wales joins us now from Seymour Primary School. Ella, how's turnout right now there?
Poll workers telling us about 850 people have voted in this location today with just about 2 hours left. They also told us that this morning was the busiest time. However, we also saw crowds start to pick up around 4:30 as people were getting off work. However, they told us early voting at a nearby location saw a bigger turnout with 10,000 people voting during that time. Many voters we've spoken with today tell us everyone they know, friends, family, co-workers, have all voted, as many believe a lot is on the line this election.
I think it's important, you know, being in a free country and everything. It's a great right to have. A lot of places don't have it. It's a very important election. Might be one of the biggest ones in our history, really. A lot believe that. A lot at stake on both sides, so really important to get out, exercise your right to vote.
The polls close at 8 p.m. here in Sevier County, so if you're still planning to come out to vote, don't forget your photo ID and that political clothing is prohibited. In Sevier County, Ella Wales, 6 on Your Side.
You can, however, wear a Bucky shirt.
Yes, you can. No problem. Or a Braves hat. You're good to go. Yeah.
All right, let's head down the road a bit to Alcoa now.
Yeah, we do want to check in with 6 on Your Side reporter Dominic Webster. Joins us from Alcoa High School. So, Dominic, how are things in that part of Blount County tonight?
Hey, Bo and Lori, last I checked, just before our live shot here, there were just under 800 people who had come in and cast their ballot. We are over that number now just in the last 10 minutes or so. And a lot of first-time voters have made their way here to Alcoa High School just in the last 30 to 45 minutes. Another about half dozen from what I reported on earlier during the 5 o'clock show. And among those was first-time voter Sarah Zappa, and she came in, casted her vote. We spoke to her about what it was like coming through and doing the process for the first time ever. This is what she told us earlier this afternoon.
It was pretty important because I wasn't able to my first time because I moved out of my home for college and I didn't have a car and I wasn't able to get back to my county to vote. So I was very excited to vote this election. It was simple and easy, and they explained everything as I was going.
Yeah, the poll workers here doing a good job of, if anybody has any questions before they get to the ballot machine, that they are able to help them out as best as they can. And we saw a shorter line just a little bit ago. It was about to the door here inside the gymnasium, but those people came in, they got signed up, they got whatever they needed to get to the ballot machine, cast their vote, put it through the other machine that reads those ballots, and then were on their way. It was a very quick process here, maybe 5 minutes for some of those coming through and casting their ballots here in Blount County at Alcoa High School. Reporting live in Blount County, Dominic Webster, 6 on your side.
All right, Dominic, thank you so much. And one thing that is making the process a little bit quicker is the fact that the ballot is pretty short compared to others in recent years.
I was going to say, it really was. I know when I voted, I remember looking and thinking, oh,
I know, turn it over. That's all I had.
So you're in and out pretty quick, as you just heard Dominic mention, and even some of those areas where we're having the longer lines, it seems like the lines are moving, so that is good. It's just some areas you're going to see a longer line than some others, but again, you still have just under 2 hours to go to get out there and vote tonight.
Kind of waxes and wanes depending on when people get off work and head on in. But yeah, again, we'll keep covering this, and our coverage does not stop here. Still to come tonight at 6, we're also hearing from more candidates as Election Day voting begins to wind down.
State Representative Elaine Davis and Brian Goldberg offering last-minute pitches to voters. That's coming up for you straight ahead.
And a little later in sports, a linebacker getting a lot of attention and whose nickname might sound familiar.
Going to be warm enough the next few days. We could be close to record high temperatures once again. I'll explain coming up.
Election Day finally here, and more Americans turn to David Muir in World News Tonight than any other newscast. The race, a dead heat with so much at stake. Turn to David Muir and the team this election night. ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir, the #1 newscast in America.
When you choose natural gas, home feels a little cozier.
local election headquarters, and tonight we're hearing from candidates on the ballot before the polls close. Want to hear from them.
That's right. 6 on Your Side reporter Naomi Helmer has been at Bearden Middle and brings us more on the District 18 race.
For those voting at Bearden Middle School today, there's not much of a line. However, there are still quite a few voters coming in to cast their votes for this year's election. Today, I talked to District 18 Republican incumbent Elaine Davis, who is running against Democrat Brian Goldberg for the Tennessee House of Representatives. Davis says if reelected, she will continue to fight for families and stay fiscally conservative.
One of the things that I was proud of that we did was we had a hiatus on the sales tax, on the food sales tax for 3 months in 23. That's something that we had budgeting overfall, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to kind of equally distribute those dollars back to the community. So that was something I thought was really important. From 23 to 24, our fiscal year, our budget was almost $1 billion less. So we're looking at trying to make sure that we're still providing the same quality of services, but doing it at a much more fiscally conservative level.
Goldberg, on the other hand, says if elected, will fight for abortion and gun laws.
Just having a conversation about some common sense, gun reform legislation. Nobody's out here talking about taking anybody's Second Amendment rights away. But why can't we have a conversation when we get back to a place where an 18-year-old who wants to have a handgun either, in their pocket or out, take a class, learn the laws, show some proficiency at a gun range, and then be able to go be a law-abiding citizen. We can't have that conversation. I doubt that. That's what I'm about.
Both candidates say that they do want to ensure good education, but ultimately the decision will be left to the voters. In Knoxville, Naomi Helmer, 6 on Your Side.
All right, Naomi, and running through some other races on the ballot for you last-minute voters in the U.S. House District 3 matchup, Republican incumbent Congressman Chuck Fleischman is running against Democrat challenger Jack Allen.
In the race for State Senate District 6, Republican incumbent Senator Becky Duncan Massey running against Democratic challenger DeMonica Bryan. And in the Tennessee House District 15 race, Republican challenger Justin Hurst is running against Democratic incumbent Representative Sam McKenzie.
We will be watching all of these races along with many others tonight after the polls close.
Again, polls in Tennessee close at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, but people who are in line beforehand will still be able to cast their vote. Then, of course, be sure to join us over on our website, WAT.com, for live updated election coverage as the results start to come in.
This all builds toward a special edition of 6 News tonight at 11, where we will have a full team coverage wrap-up of the races that matter to you. Again, keep it tuned to your local election headquarters, Channel 6 and WATE.com tonight after the polls close at 8.
Now, 6 Sports with Reese Van Haften.
Sometimes finding success starts with being the guy ready to go when the right moment strikes. Casey K brings us more on how one linebacker has stepped up and how his nickname is a representation of who he is.
Linebackers coach William Inge talked today about how the younger guys in his unit have always wanted and asked for extended roles. Now with the absence of Keenan Peely due to his season-ending injury, sophomore Jeremiah Thielander is one who has gotten those opportunities. Thielander has started the Vols' last 3 games, which included his first career start. The sophomore taking command is no coincidence. After all, his nickname is Power T.
Seeing him emerge, come in and drive everyone and applying all of the skills and duties that he needs to have at the Mike linebacker position, it's been great seeing him emerge and do that. Now, the one thing that you need him to continue to do is just more from a vocal standpoint, continue to be a vocal leader and continue to develop the vocal leadership skills. And the one thing that time has always shown us, the best teacher is experience. So seeing him getting the experience from the last 2 games, he's come light years ahead of where he was 2 weeks ago.
Inge did mention that Thielander represents exactly what you would want in the Power T. However, when it comes to the nickname for the sophomore, it's not as deep as you might think. The linebacker unit was calling him Ice-T for a while before they landed on the more Tennessee-centric title. Reporting from the Anderson Training Center, I'm Casey K.
Switching to Lady Vol basketball, tonight we get to see the way Kim Caldwell is going to coach for the first time in a game that counts. In the exhibition, Caldwell did line changes, 5 substitutions at a time. The head coach broke down what her substitution pattern is.
That takes some time, so that you'll see that change. That'll change probably up until January, and people will be able to earn themselves more minutes and be able to play a little bit longer, so they won't look quite the same, but it's so much easier, I've learned, to start at this foundation and add more than it is to start higher and then take away. And so we're just still going to work out those combinations and who can play the longest and win.
Caldwell added that who starts will depend on productivity. That game's at 6:30, and the polls are still open. So go vote, then go to the Lady Ball
there
game.
You go.
Right?
We have your evening planned.
Yes, exactly.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks.
Reese, thank you. Yeah, the weather's still great to get out.
Yeah, no problems, no umbrella needed, no jacket needed.
Yeah.
Still very warm out there. In fact,
is.
we were 1 degree off our record high temperature today.
Wow.
Should have just grabbed it.
Yeah. We got a couple more opportunities coming up this week. We were 83 today, the record 84 set back in 1948. It's mainly because of the sunshine we had and some brisk winds across the area. So this was the record again set back in 1948. 83 is what we hit officially for today, but there are some other opportunities heading our way. We've cooled some. We're 69 now, 74 or 74 rather in Oak Ridge, 74 in Sevierville, and 75 degrees in Newport. Lows tonight back in the low 60s under a partly cloudy sky, and 63 what we're expecting here in Knoxville. By the way, 64 is the average high this time of year. That's how mild it's going to be overnight tonight. Tomorrow, another warm day. Temperatures back in the upper 70s. A few could be close to 80 depending on how much sunshine we get. But the main reason why it's a degree or two cooler tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover and at least an opportunity of a random sprinkle or shower. This is 7 a.m. 6 predictor showing more clouds than sunshine as you head out the door. We'll call it variably cloudy through the day. And what I mean by that is it's overcast at times. Then you may see some thinning with a little bit of sun, and then the clouds come back, and we'll see that on and off throughout the day. But notice between noon and 3, there are a few pop-up showers certainly possible. Maybe a rumble of thunder, but no severe weather expected. And then the coverage will decrease a bit through the evening. This is 7 p.m. But notice the showers are still quite active, even past sunset to our north and to our west. That's because the cold front coming across the state now kind of stalls out, doesn't come all the way through. So a couple of things. We see less rain, and then we also will not see any cooler air behind this system. In fact, by Thursday, we're right back up in the mid to upper 70s again for high temperatures. And as I just said, those will be close to records as well. Wednesday, tomorrow's record is 80, set back 2022. Forecast is 79. Then the record Thursday is 79, set last year. Forecast is 78. So we'll be close. We were 1 degree off today, and maybe a degree off in the next couple of days as well. Just want to show you how unusually warm it is. Our next weather maker is the tropics. We're keeping an eye on Tropical Storm Raphael. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like it will become a hurricane later tonight. Then the huge question will be, where does it go after that? It does look like it will weaken some in intensity. Some forecast models take it further to the west this weekend. If that happens, we see less rain opportunities this weekend. If it comes a little further north, then we do see a better opportunity of rain. I think we're kind of in the middle here. I think we'll see some rain chances this weekend, but the way it's looking right now, not a total washout. 6 predictor showing by early Saturday morning, a few showers around, a little more likely areas to the west. But if this pans out, watch what happens a little later Saturday into Saturday night. Maybe less coverage of rain. That would be good with a late kickoff over there at Neyland Stadium. But then this front, like the one moving through now, kind of weakens or falls apart as it gets closer to us overnight Saturday into Sunday. So the better opportunities of rain still look to the west, but we should see some increased opportunity for showers overnight Saturday into Sunday, especially for our plateau counties and up into southeast Kentucky. So for now, not a total washout, but there'll be some rain chances around, especially later Saturday into Sunday. Temperatures, though, they don't really cool off much, maybe only low 70s this weekend. That's still above average. Bottom left-hand corner there of your screen, average high is 64 for this time of year.
Election night, News Nation is offering something completely different from all the rest. Respect for all Americans. Factual, fair, independent election coverage you can trust. Tonight, 6/5 Central on News Nation.
To those stepping into the workforce, facing setbacks, transitioning their skills, or simply trying to balance bills with bedtime, At Tennessee's American Job Centers, we know your journey is more than finding a paycheck. It's about finding purpose. American Job Centers provide personalized employment and training support to help you reach your career goals. Support is free and accessible online or at locations across Tennessee. Stop your job search and start your career at tnvirtualajc.com.
At Lazy Days, take a break and kick your feet up with unbeatable savings on a wide selection of RVs from your favorite brands. Relax in a brand new travel trailer under $15,000 or a new fifth wheel under $40,000 and payments as low as $115 a month. With thousands of RVs to choose from, Lazy Days has an RV for every lifestyle and budget. Transport yourself to the great outdoors with Lazy Days RV. Visit lazydays.com today. Lazy Days in Nashville's Borough and in Knoxville at Strawberry Plains and Turkey Creek.
What's reflected in your windows? Your style, your family's comfort, the special beauty of your home inside and out?
For 24 years, Window World
close 8 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll have live election coverage on air and online at WATE.com, so be sure to join us for that.
And one more thing before we go, the North Carolina Department of Transportation announcing that one lane of I-40 in each direction in western North Carolina is expected to reopen by New Year's Day. This is near the Tennessee state line. Pigeon River, of course, washed away portions of the interstate's eastbound lanes after Helene hit. We're told long-term repairs, though, will be completed over the coming years. But at least like they did on 26, they're going to get at least one lane going both ways by the end of the year.
That picture is something else.
It really is.
Can you imagine working on that?
No,
wow.
Not at all. That's quite the project. Hey, World News is coming up. And, of course, as Lori mentioned, keep tuned here for the latest local election coverage.
We'll see you later.
Not join for local news online is WATE.com. We have stories for everyone, for everything East Tennessee. Find it at WATE.com.
Stay connected with breaking news alerts. Here now is a look at some of the top stories this week from 6 News.
They say there's wonder in these great Smoky Mountains. You'll find it in a winter wonderland that warms your heart and in each other. Join us for Dollywood's Smoky Mountain Christmas, ending January 5th.
Love every moment.
Smoky Mountain Decks know the importance of time with your friends and family. When the world around us seems to be overwhelming, we find peace at home. We know this, and we build outdoor living spaces that your family can enjoy. A place where you can create lifelong memories. Give us a call. Let's design your dream outdoor living space together, no matter what your budget is. Enjoy home like never before.
Presidential contest, polls have shown how tight that race is. Well, today we get to vote not only for president, but for state, local, and other federal offices as well. Here at Cedar Bluff Middle School, the line has been long all day long. At one point, it took nearly 90 minutes to get inside. But people are polite as they wait in line, and once they're inside, it takes just minutes to vote. And we talked with several people who have already cast their ballots.
I'm relieved. I'm relieved. Feels good to vote.
You're relieved because?
It's a long time waiting. I hope the country makes the right decision. Yeah.
It's been very stressful. As a matter of fact, last night at around 11:44 p.m., I thought, please, just let it be over. I've still got over 12 hours probably before I can get up here to vote, and I just want it to be over. It's been very stressful.
This is my first time voting, so very exciting. I've been looking forward to it. I kind of wish I voted early since it was really hot out here. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I did this. I want to make my voice heard.
You have to pray. Whoever the Lord chooses for us, we go with it.
That's your philosophy.
That's how I believe.
Now, nearly 1,200 people here at Cedar Bluff Middle School have voted at this hour. I just checked outside. That line is long. It will likely take the last person in line about an hour to get inside. But the good thing is, if you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will still get to vote. It's going to be an interesting evening, Bo and Lori.
Yes, it is. All right, Don, thank you so much. And for those of you in Knoxville who are headed out to the polls tonight, you will also have 2 amendments to vote on.
Yeah, and the one that is getting a lot of talk is Amendment 2. If passed, it would essentially make all Knoxville City Council seats at large.
Those in favor of the change, such as Vice Mayor Tommy Smith, say that all voters should have the power to hold all city council members accountable.
However, opponents to Amendment 2, such as State Representative Sam McKenzie, argue that it would weaken the strength of black and minority voting in individual districts.
The Knox County Election Commission adds that the amendments on the ballot have really slowed down some voters who didn't do their homework in advance. So you need to take a look at that sample ballot if you haven't headed out yet to make sure you're familiar with what that issue is.
If you're here to head out to vote, just check WAT.com real quick before you head over. Well, 6 on Your Side reporter Molly O'Brien joins us now from Halls High School. Molly, what are you seeing there tonight?
Well, like you said, Bo, I am at Halls High School. You can see several people behind me casting their ballots. We've been here since about 11:45 this morning, and I will say the line has been steady throughout the day. I spoke with several voters who tell me this process has been quick and easy. At times, they've waited anywhere from 5 to 25 minutes. Now, I did reach out to Knox County Election Administrator Chris Davis earlier today. He tells me some polling locations are experiencing longer lines compared to others. I spoke with Andrew Phillips, who is a first-time voter, about this voting process.
It was one of those things that you gotta look at it and realize it's not just a privilege, it's a responsibility. And finding what you care about, what you love in this country and about this nation, it's not just given to you, it's a choice that many people before us have made and that many people behind us will also have to make. And so finding where you lie in that and your values and your integrity and where you stand on this country and the issues we face today, this is the one way to have your voice heard.
Now, I did ask Chris Davis if Knox County was seeing any issues. He tells me they're experiencing the typical issues they expected when it comes to a big election, like people not knowing if they're registered or where to vote. And you heard Phillips there. He was one of many voters I spoke to who encourages everyone to get out and vote. You still have about 2 hours to cast your ballot. Polls close at 8 p.m. I have been told by an election worker around 1,200 ballots have been cast at this location. Reporting live in Halls, Molly O'Brien, 6 on Your Side.
County School Board, we have newly elected Pat Fontenot. And Cat Bike is in the house as well. Let's give them a round of applause. We have a lot of formerly elected folks, and we know we have the current and hope.
Hudson, and we are coming to you the digital version of our election coverage, live streaming here on WATE.com. We're going to be with you all night. You, of course, on the television, watch ABC, and then you'll see us locally, but we're going to be right here. Before we get into anything else, we understand Marsha Blackburn is speaking right now. She's been declared the winner. Let's go right there and see what she has to say.
Abby Sigler is our campaign manager, and they have led our wonderful team, Savannah and Jolene and Sam and our fabulous field team. And what a job they have done. Now, we all know that one person does not win a race. It takes an entire group of individuals. And our campaign team, what we decided to do was campaign schools for volunteers, and we trained 703 volunteers who have worked across this state. And we have worked as a team with all of our state reps and our state senators. And our volunteers and our field staff have knocked on over 636,000 doors in this state. We had a great message and great things to say and talk about. And we have had hundreds of thousands more voter contacts. Not only the door knocking, but phone calls, writing notes, putting up yard signs, waving signs at polls and working the polls, making certain that Tennesseans got out to vote. And we have looked at this not as Team Marsha, but as Team Tennessee, because what we decided to do with this campaign was to invest in the next generation of leaders, because we want to make certain that Tennessee remains a conservative state. And that means you've got to raise up other leaders. So it's, we use TEAM as an acronym. Together, everyone achieves more. And we will continue to work together with the governor, with our local and state elected officials, to make certain this state remains the best place in the United States to live, to work, to rear your family. Now, this victory tonight really does belong to the people of Tennessee, because they're the ones that we've listened to. They're the ones that have shown up at meetings all across this state in each of our 95 counties. And the people of Tennessee have spoken, and they have been heard. We have listened to the moms and dads who are struggling to make ends meet when they're paying for gas and groceries every week, to the Angel families who have lost loved ones to the violence and the crime and the gangs from that open border, and those who have lost family members to the fentanyl that is coming across that southern border. We also have heard from so many parents who have worked with me to protect our children and to pass the Kids Online Safety Act. And we've heard from young and old alike who want to make certain that this country remains the country where people can dream big dreams and make those dreams come true. And keeping that American dream alive is something that is vitally important. And we are very mindful that this seat does not belong to an individual. This seat belongs to the people of Tennessee. And the people people have pretty much given us a to-do list, and I kind of like it. I really do. Here's your to-do list that we've heard from you. Bring back a strong economy and get rid of this inflation. And make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And get my bill passed that would remove tax on Social Security. Secure that southern border and absolutely build the wall. Restore our place in the world and break a little more China. And to protect our children in the virtual space, and to rein in big tech, and to support our military and our veterans. And I will remind all of you, this weekend, we're going to pause and we're going to thank our veterans and celebrate Veterans Day. And if you're a veteran, raise your hand. Let us say thank you now.
Well, you have been listening to Marsha Blackburn. The Associated Press called the race in her favor. The vote, I think, was about 32% of it is in, but they're saying that with her 73% to Gloria Johnson's 25%, that race is over. I'm joined now with our political commentators, political pundits, Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, Michael Covington. Thank you for coming in. It's kind of like, it feels like a late version of Tennessee this week.
It does,
instead of
late night.
Yeah, instead of Sunday morning. Yeah, the dark show, I guess. First off, she covered a whole lot of things there, so I want to get your reaction. And Craig, since you're right next to me, we'll let you go first.
Well, she won overwhelmingly, and as I've mentioned before, the interesting thing to me was going to be whether she narrowed the margin between Gloria Johnson and Marsha was more or less than the margin between Marsha and former Governor Phil Bredesen in the last election, and the margin was not closer. That race, it was 11%, and this one, if I'm reading it right, it's more like 25 or 28%. So in that sense, the state hasn't changed in the last 8 years. People thought that the school shootings and things like that might bring out more people of a progressive nature, but apparently that's not the case. So I think for Marsha, it's full steam ahead, and we'll see what goes on next.
Courtney, are these numbers surprising you? The 73-25 with Gloria having kind of that, the Tennessee 3 and having some of that to go on and probably getting some money from outside the state as well. Does that surprise you that it was that wide, or is that wide?
Well, as of right now, the major Democratic counties that have very large population bases have not reported. So Hamilton, Knox, Metro Nashville, and Shelby, we don't have numbers in from them yet. Right. And I'm going to assume that's going to narrow or close that gap just a little bit. But I am interested in seeing what that final gap is. When Governor Bredesen ran against Marsha Blackburn that first time, we didn't have a presidential race on the ticket.
And that clearly affects things,
right,
yes.
that really affects turnout. So I really want to see what happens once we start getting some of those larger Democratic counties reporting and see how or if that margin narrows any.
Right. Right now, it's like we just mentioned, 73-25, and as Courtney's pointing out, some of those places that may vote more towards Gloria have not gone away. Michael, your reaction to that? I mean, obviously, a good night for Marsha so far.
Well, I wonder from Gloria Johnson's point of view, was it worth it? I mean, if getting her message out and running for state's House and for U.S. Senate, if she was able to get the message out she wanted to get out, great. I mean, there was no harm in that. How she represents herself and how she represents her district in the State House, I think she'll still do that admirably, but Marsha Blackburn wasn't going to be stopped in this race, so it's just a matter of where she goes from here.
Moving from that race, since we just heard from her, she did talk about some specific things, and we could get into that. But I do want to move over to the presidential race at this particular point. I think, Craig, you were just showing me some numbers that, as far as the Electoral College goes, 101 to 71 in favor of President Trump. But in the end, I think we all know that the night starts with him at about 219 and her at 244, and then the 7 or 8 states. So, how are you reading this to all play out? Because we've been talking about it on Tennessee this week ad nauseum for weeks and weeks and weeks. But I'm just curious if there's anything changed in the last 2 days to make you think anything different about how it turns out.
Not really. And the election results that we're getting fit in the pattern of it being a very close race. So I think it all is going to boil down to the swing states and whether Harris keeps the blue wall of those Midwestern states intact or whether she loses them. And of course, Pennsylvania is at the top of everyone's list because of the 19 electoral votes. It has the most electoral votes. So it's going to be a long night. I don't think much has changed. Trump didn't really, I think, close well in the last week or so. So, we'll have to see whether that, affects. We'll have to see whether the gender issues dominate the election and move on from there.
A lot of people said, according to this election, like she was really focusing on women and women issues, and he was going and getting some of the young men or younger men that we haven't seen vote by going on things like Joe Rogan and things like that. Is that how you saw it play out, and was that a smart move by both camps?
Absolutely. They both saw where they had winnable votes and they went after them. What I observed and then anecdotally got, information from some other politicos around the country is Kamala Harris's ground game was top notch, absolutely top notch. And I think we're going to start seeing the results of that as more of these swing states start coming into play and we get some of those results. Because we all know you can start out as strong as you want, but if you don't close, if you don't get out the vote, a W is a W and an L is an L. So I'm really interested in seeing the swing state numbers come in.
And Michael, quickly for you, do you think that the former president, kind of faded off at the end, or did he finish strong? And is that going to impact these final votes and tallies?
Well, Donald Trump is in his 70s, so I'd like to think that a guy in his 70s realizes when you get to a certain point in the race, you can kind of dial it back. You can kind of coast a little bit. If you really don't feel like as though your opponent is being effective in what she's doing, just run your race and allow her to do what she's doing. I think that the moves that he's made with dump truck and the fries, the apron, those things resonated with regular people. And he's not a regular guy, so for him to do regular people things and appear genuine about it, I think was what made him finish strongly, because he was genuine. People believed in him. People still don't believe in Kamala Harris, and it's election day.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether Trump's campaign would say that calling Puerto Rico an island full of garbage in the last 10 days of the election was a smart thing to do. So, and I think that a lot of people, they just have a knowledge of Trump. They know what he is, and if he was interested in finishing out his campaign, he probably shouldn't have opened his mouth over the last 10 days.
Well, President Trump not opened his mouth. All right, guys, real quickly, we want to go out now to News 6's Ella Wales. She is at the Election Commission, which is probably the busiest place in the area right now, in Knox County anyway, with an update of what's going on there. Ella.
Yes, Don, the polls here in Knox County closed nearly an hour ago, and the Election Commission here is just starting to prepare to count the votes that were cast today on Election Day. The election administrator, Chris Davis, told us that all of the polls were able to get people in and out fairly quickly today, and there are no lines left across Knox County. That's why they are able to start counting soon. Now, while they haven't started counting the votes from today, we do have some results from early voting in Knox County. Davis tells us that Trump won 59% of those early voting votes in Knox County, while Harris earned 39% of those votes. We also have some numbers from the race between Tim Burchett and Jane George. Burchett earned 62% of the votes, while George owned 37% of those votes. Now, again, those are just the votes from early voting in nursing homes here in Knox County. We still have to count all the votes from today that were cast on Election Day today before we can get a clear picture of what those numbers will actually tally look like in the end. But as you can kind of see behind me, they are bringing in those votes from all the polling places across the county to get ready to start counting those. They can bring it over to another room where they're going to put it in the computer, as they told us, and then we will start to get a clear picture of those final numbers here in Knox County. Reporting live from the City County Building, Ella Wales, 6 on your side.
Ella, thank you very much. That is certainly a busy place out there. I'm not sure how much time we have if I'm going to start asking questions of the pundit, so just let me know in my ear before we have to take a break here. But she did mention one thing. In early voting, President Trump had 59% in Knox County. I think she said that Vice President Harris had 41. Those numbers surprise? I'll start with Michael this time.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Basically 60-40 coming out, and that's early voting.
Yeah, that sounds about right for Knox County.
Right.
Okay.
We would initially see the city-only figures and the county-only figures, but for the county overall, that sounds about right.
Okay, and of course that's lower. That's lower than, say, like in Marsha Blackburn's race, where you're already county statewide. So it might say something about us, or does it say anything about Knox County?
No,
I mean it is the same.
Well, it could.
It's one of those larger urban areas, like Courtney was talking about. Let's see what those results are when the larger urban areas come into play.
Yeah, and we need to see sort of how it's split in the Senate race too, and if the presidential race matches the Senate race in Knox County.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to wrap things up, and we'll be back with much more.
Hi, everyone. Once again, we are your local election headquarters with the latest totals in key races here. I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Bo Williams. Glad you're with us.
Let's take a look at the race for U.S. House District 2 seat between incumbent Tim Burchett and small business owner Jane George. Let's take a look at those numbers. Burchett, of course, with a sizable lead over George, 67% to her 33%. We talked with George earlier.
We are seeing some reasonable adjustments. What we're not seeing is our corporate food supply shifting. We are a capitalist country, and we need to make sure that we have competition.
Now, we also got the chance to talk with Tim Burchett as the polls were closing. Here's what he had to say are the biggest issues facing Tennesseans.
In my opinion, areas being ravaged by folks that are here illegally, criminals, and we've got a real national security issue in that. We've got 300,000 children. We don't know where they are. We've got around 100,000 communist Chinese that are in our country. We have known terrorists that we've released into our country. So somebody needs to get a handle on that very quick.
So there you're hearing from Tim Burchett again, as we just showed you just a few moments ago, with a sizable lead at this moment.
We also reported in our last half hour that Marsha Blackburn, the incumbent in her district, has beaten Gloria Johnson. We're going to hear from her coming up a little bit later this evening.
So we'll continue to watch that for you, as well as the race for president across the country. But that's going to do it for us right now. But of course, you can go to WAT.com, as we will be continuing our digital broadcast as we continue to follow the numbers as they come in.
Thanks for being with us.
And welcome back to WATE.com, our live streaming online broadcast. And once again, I want to let everyone know, in case you just joined us or you hadn't been before, we are with Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, and Michael Covington. They're the ones that are sharing their opinions and their comments, and we're just kind of going along right here. We just saw some numbers for Tim Burchett, 67%. Whenever I see these numbers, my first question, I just want to get your reaction to where those are. Are they in line? Are they where they should be as expected? Courtney.
Tim Burchett is a very popular elected official, so I expected a wider margin there. So we'll just have to see how everything settles out after more of the tallies come in.
Craig didn't want to wait for you to finish. What no.
Well, I mean, it's right in line with his previous elections, so I think it's a green light there for Tim Burchett for the next 2 years. So he's never going to be challenged by a Democrat. If anyone wants to challenge his seat, it'll have to be from the Republican side. So as long as it's him versus a Democrat, he's going to have a fairly wide margin of victory.
And I'm curious, Michael, we have seen more people move into the area over the last couple of years. This hasn't changed really the numbers for him. Does that is that something that will just continue that way?
I imagine Tim Burchett will continue to knock on doors effectively and get his message across to even new voters that come into the area. Tim has always impressed me as being a very effective door knocker. Whose doors he's knocking on, I don't know, but I know that he's very effective with it, and he's very serious about it. I could have sworn I saw a picture of him petting a dog with a 9mm clip to his belt. I mean, he's that serious about it. And there may have been some threats at the time.
Right.
But he is about his constituency. He speaks his mind. A lot of people don't agree with what he says. He's outspoken on a lot of issues. But he is who he is. He is who we know him to be. And so he'll continue to get elected because he is a genuine leader.
I mean, I don't know about, we'll have to look at these numbers, when they're all in, but in previous elections, Tim has lost the city of Knoxville,
right,
to the Democratic. So getting back to your question about new people coming in, is it going to be more dilute the Republican vote? We'll have to see. There's not many more people going to move into the city of Knoxville because it's fully built out. It's going to be the development.
That's a whole separate issue.
The development in the county is going to, will it change the character and the voting pattern in the county is going to be the difference that you'll have to see in future elections.
Yeah, and Tim definitely, as Michael said, is outspoken. One of the things he does harp on, and I'm curious, I want to get your opinion, he does harp on the fact, and it is a fact, that we don't know where a lot of children that came across the border are, and he does talk about that a lot. Is that one of those, do you think that was an issue in the presidential race? There's a lot of issues out there. There's abortion, there's the economy, there of course is the border, but the fact that we don't know where thousands of children are, is it even one of those things that registered when someone went to vote?
Well, I mean, the economy was the biggest.
Yeah, right. I understand.
The economy.
I understand that.
Not being a border state, I think that immigration is an issue for Tennesseans, but it's not a great issue. Many of those people that came across the border that were separated from their family under the previous administration, they'd have no idea where those children are. So it's a difficult process, and we'll have to see what the next administration does to solve it.
Right. And Courtney, do you want to jump in?
The economy is a really big one, and what really baffles me about Congressman Burchett is he consistently votes against spending bills, but he has tens of thousands of people in his district whose paychecks rely on the Department of Energy staying open. And so for folks to not fully grasp that we have a congressperson that consistently votes down spending bills that would directly affect their ability to bring home a paycheck, I think is something that needs to get talked about a little bit more.
Do you see it that way, Michael, or do you see him saying, hey, we're taking care of these guys, I just don't want to spend money on other things?
If you're not bringing home a paycheck, you're not bringing home a paycheck.
Right.
Well, I think Tim Burchett is putting voice to things that others aren't putting voice to because everybody's already talking about the economy. Everybody's already talking about inflation. So Tim will talk about something that's off the beaten path, and he'll be passionate about it, and people will have a real problem with the fact that he's not parroting the issues and topics of the day that others are talking about. So I think that's unique about him. It's kind of like his Carhartt jacket. I mean, he is who he is, and he tries to maintain that sense of self. And I think people like that about him.
One thing I'll guarantee you people aren't talking about that Tim presses as hard as he can is UFOs and aliens. And no one I've ever talked to said that is the #1
Hey, Don, we are at the mill and mine. We've been here since about 7 o'clock. State Representative Sam McKenzie just spoke a short time ago, pretty much saying they are optimistic going into tonight. Now, following his speech, we did learn that Senator Marsha Blackburn is the projected winner and won a re-election. Our sister station was in Nashville at that press conference. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Victory tonight really does belong to the people of Tennessee, because they're the ones that we've listened to. They're the ones that have shown up at meetings all across this state in each of our 95 counties. And the people of Tennessee have spoken. And they have been heard. We have listened to the moms and dads who are struggling to make ends meet when they're paying for gas and groceries every week, to the Angel families who have lost loved ones to the violence and the crime and the gangs from that open border, and those who have lost family members to the fentanyl that is coming across that southern border.
Again, Marsha Blackburn is the projected winner in that race against Gloria Johnson. Now, it is important to know Gloria Johnson is running unopposed in the State District 90 race. She's expected to speak here in about 20 minutes. Of course, we'll dip into that speech when she heads up on stage. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Molly, thank you for that update. And she did talk about Marsha Blackburn, and we heard from her. We want to go back before we knew the vote. We talked to both Jane George and Tim Burchett. Let's start with what Jane George had to say today when we spoke to her.
We're seeing a lot of issues that are coming out of the healthcare world. One that is absolutely affecting East Tennessee is the lack of hospitals. Our rural hospital closure is the highest in the nation per capita. And when those hospitals leave, doctors leave. But also with the kinds of bans that we have on health care and reproductive care for women, we're seeing more and more physicians leave.
That was Jane George. And of course, we had her in here as well for Tennessee This Week a few weeks ago. We had both Jane George and Tim Burchett in here. And right now, let's just hear what Tim had to say before we had any of these numbers today.
We think it's my 22nd if you count primaries in general. I think it is the most important election of our lifetime. We've experienced incredible inflation. Our border is very porous, and average Tennesseans paying between $600 and $1,200 a month just to survive, and the price of gasoline gone through the roof.
Wow. All right, real quickly here, we just take a look at this race right now. As we mentioned, these are the numbers that are in at 68 to 32% right now. With 165,000 to 78,000 votes, basically half of the votes. Continuing with our U.S. House and our District 3, Chuck Fleischman and Jack Allen, that too, it's 66 to 31. And then to U.S. House District 1, Diana Harshbarger and Kevin Jenkins are the two that are running. Diana, of course, the Republican and incumbent. And you can see those numbers there. 78% to 19%. Let's discuss some of these. Are any of these results a surprise? Did anyone make kind of headway or get a foothold for maybe the next time or get their name out there? Because right now they look very lopsided.
Well, I don't ever ascribe to the theory that you need to lose first and then come back and win. Yeah. I very rarely see that happen anywhere. And the margins that we've been seeing are 2/3 Republicans. They're winning by 2/3 of the vote, which is pretty much the standard for where it's been in the last several elections. So I don't see any surprises so far.
And your take on this, Courtney, as far as the numbers go, and I didn't see what the percentage was for reporting, but I don't know if it really matters.
Well, we have gerrymandered the heck out of these districts, and we are seeing it with these election results here that we're getting in. We talked about Congressman Fleischman's district. And if you want to talk about gerrymandering, you know, that district represents Oak Ridge, and then it goes down into Hamilton County, and it used to go all the way up to the Kentucky border too. So lots of gerrymandering happening here that I think it's important to keep in mind, that when you draw the election boundaries of the populations of the people where you want them to win, you can get that sort of result, and it's an uphill battle to change that mix.
Yeah, because, well, we have been charged to change those election maps. Michael, is this going to be a great night for the conservative, or the Republican Party, excuse me?
Across the board.
Yeah.
From sea to shining sea.
From sea to shining sea.
Oh.
Well, you want to talk about the presidential race? You think that's going to be the case as well? I mean, here it's real easy in Tennessee, and it's, like you said, predictable with these numbers. But right now you have these are the numbers from Tennessee, so they're the same as everyone who's been running, at least for the U.S. House, right. and we see that. But what do you think about this continuing? This is not going to be this way across the country.
No, it won't. Across the country, what you will see is a lot more voter enthusiasm. You're going to see the mix of individuals that flock to early voting. You're going to see that shift a little bit more to the Republican side. You're going to see Republicans coming out on election day in heavy numbers. So then it's going to become a matter of as Courtney was saying, will that machine, will that team of boots on the ground that Kamala has, will they be able to match that number of votes that Donald Trump is probably bringing from 2020? I think Kamala Harris's ground game is better than the candidate. And so I'm wondering whether or not the candidate is the drag on this whole campaign. I think the ground game and the team that she's working with, I think they're capable. I think the candidate's going to let them down.
Well, I don't think you can have the strong ground game that she had having a terrible candidate. I mean, you aren't going to have.
I think you can, because she wasn't the candidate. She wasn't the candidate. They didn't even want her on the ticket 6 months ago. So she wasn't the candidate.
It was her ground game that she put together. It wasn't the
Kamala Harris did not put together a ground. That's Joe Biden's ground game.
Joe Biden didn't have a ground game.
Yeah,
that's all Joe Biden had.
They didn't have to stick around. They didn't have to stick around. If you don't have a compelling, dynamic candidate, you're not going to have volunteers give their time.
Where were they going to work? Where were
they
they going to
They
work?
could have sat home watching trash TV if they wanted to.
But they didn't.
But they didn't. They're out volunteering for a candidate.
They signed on with Kamala Harris, and she's a weak candidate.
Okay.
Well, time will tell.
Time will tell.
It definitely will tell. And hopefully you are not thinking this is trash TV. This is great television, and it's about to get or digital online.
This is trash internet.
There we go. There we go. Thanks, Craig, for your support. You're not invited next time. All right, let's get this thing. Hey, let's make this better by bringing in Bo Williams. He's at a map, so you know. But that's important. Bo.
Yeah, whenever you're by a map, you know something big is happening. All right, so here's the latest right now. This is a Decision Desk HQ projecting on News Nation right now. Right now they've got the former President Donald Trump with 177 electoral votes, the Vice President Kamala Harris with 99. You kind of see the breakdown right now on how they are projecting this so far. Of course, we've already been mentioning Tennessee with his 11 votes there. Kentucky also shaded in red. Harris picking up New York, not a big shock there. Illinois also now just coming in a few moments ago, as well as Massachusetts. But again, you kind of see how things are playing out. Of course, 270, that is the magic number that we are watching for you. But as of right now, the former president currently on top, but still a lot to be determined here as we continue on through the evening. Take a look at some of the other races we're watching in the Senate right now. Again, this is all coming from Digital Desk HQ, projecting on News Nation. The Democrats right now with 34 seats, the GOP with 46. 51 is the target right now, so the Republicans closing in on that one. And let's check the U.S. House as well to kind of get you up to date on where things stand at this moment. The GOP with 79 right now, the Democrats with 55. 218 is where we're going with this one, but again, still some work to be done. A lot of races to be determined here across the country as far as the House is concerned, so we'll have to continue to watch that. But that's how things are playing out right now. Of course, when something else happens, and we got to come back to the maps, Don,
yes,
I'll be here for you.
Yeah, the map. All right, Bo, thank you very much. I'm curious, and bring the pundits back in real quickly. Bo was telling us it's 177 in the Electoral College, 177 for President Trump, 99 for Vice President Harris. But at the same time, didn't we already know that this basically started at 219 for Trump and 244 for Harris, and then those 7 or 8 states is how it was all going to work out?
Well, the Trump Sunbelt strategy is holding. If you look at the map Bo just had, his strength is in that Sunbelt area, and Georgia is. Georgia's still gray, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the only potential flaw in the wall for him there. So we'll see. I mean, you still have states like California that have 54 electoral votes that could change that dynamic.
Well, that's like I said. It's already at 240. If you really are counting, she's at 244 and he's at 219, and then it's those.
So we're still looking
a waiting game.
Still looking at the 7 swing states to see where they turn.
I'm curious, Courtney. You think if, let's say, he doesn't win Georgia, does he still have a chance to win this?
Oh yeah. The 3 key states that I'm looking at are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris gets those 3 states, I think Donald Trump's path to victory is extraordinarily narrow.
Right.
If Donald Trump gets one of those states, then Kamala Harris's path to victory could be incredibly narrow as well. So those are the 3 states that I'm really going to look at to kind of figure out where this might finish out.
And I could be mistaken, but I thought I heard that those 3 states have voted the same for 70 or 80 years. So what do you see happening here?
They didn't vote the same in 2016.
No, they didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I didn't hear that.
Split it up.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they voted the same way for Biden in 2020.
Okay. Yep.
And the question is, can Harris replicate that blue wall that in the Midwest on the way to the Electoral College victory?
Does Trump win one of those, the Wisconsin or Michigan or Philadelphia?
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the big one. I think Pennsylvania, out of those 3, to look at Pennsylvania can kind of give us a sense of where things might go.
Are there different combinations of all those states?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Can he lose Pennsylvania but win Wisconsin and Michigan?
Well, give me a calculator, Don, and we can math this out. I mean, we need a math.
Well, Bo has it there.
But I think he left us. He was tired of our shenanigans.
If Trump wins Michigan, Trump will win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, 2 states that vote to the right of Michigan. I was very surprised that Kamala Harris opted to skip a rally in Michigan and go to Saturday Night Live. That threw me. That really threw me because she compromised a state that she really needed.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second because, in all fairness, we heard from Marsha Blackburn. Gloria Johnson is now up at the microphone, and we want to listen in.
We know that we worked as hard this campaign as we possibly could. And I had the best team I think you could ever assemble. And I appreciate them so much. And I appreciate the volunteers and the people who gave of their time, gave of their dollars, all of these things, because they believed that Tennesseans are better than what it appears from our elected officials. I will continue this fight to elect leaders that care about the human dignity of every single person in this state. That seems to me like a low bar, but at this point, we don't have leaders that respect the human dignity of all Tennesseans. We don't all have to agree. That's not ever going to happen. But we can at least respect the human dignity of women in this state and allow women to be equal. Protecting our kids in their schools and protecting our communities from gun violence. To make sure that we don't have a $7.25 minimum wage in this state. It is unacceptable. And that we expand Medicaid so we're not losing hospitals and folks don't have an hour to an hour and a half to get the care that they need in Tennessee. These are policy choices from the supermajority and from Republicans that are making it hard for some families even to survive when we need to be making sure that Tennessee's hardworking families are able to thrive. We will continue fighting for all of these states. There is no question there is a lot at stake, and the work does not stop. I am so proud to continue to serve House District 90. I knew when I started out this race that I wanted to serve the people of Tennessee, the people whose voices aren't already heard, those who feel lost and left behind and unseen and unheard. And giving voice to those people is probably the most important thing that I do. Because I've been told so many times going across this state, thank you for standing up for me. Thank you for seeing me. I feel safer in this state because at least I know some folks care about who I am. And it's so important, you all, that we are passing laws that don't single people out and pit one group against the other and demonize groups of citizens, whether it be for the color of their skin or where they are from or who they love or how they worship. I believe most Tennesseans are better than that. And I will tell you that I called Marsha Blackburn and congratulated her for her win. And I asked her if we could please have some conversations and talk about ways that we can stop the hate in this state and that we can change our conversation so we are not demonizing people who don't look or love or worship like us. It was such an honor to go across the state and have people just open their arms to us. We had people that let us stay in their homes. We didn't have to spend money on hotels because supporters would house us everywhere we went. We had thousands of volunteers like I have never seen before. 67,000 donations to our campaign. 67,000 donations and donors. And I'm so proud that more than
we need to take not really take a break, but move over to the television side as we continue to cover the politics here in Tennessee and the nation.
We're your local election headquarters. I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Bo Williams.
U.S. Senate race here in Tennessee has been called. Senator Marsha Blackburn keeps her seat. There are the numbers, 67% to Gloria Johnson's 31%.
Yeah, this was called really right at 8 o'clock when the polls closed here in Tennessee. We've been listening to Gloria Johnson. She is currently speaking. Let's listen in.
Just remarkable to me. I know how big a lift it is to run a statewide campaign. And before I ever ran, Stacey Abrams told me, she said, you've got to go everywhere and you have got to go where they don't expect you to go. So we committed to going to all 95 counties, and that is a lot. But those people were so grateful that we came, and they opened their homes, they showed up to our events, and they held fundraisers, and we just cannot thank folks enough. But this is just the beginning. We know we're not going to win Tennessee back in one cycle, but this is an uphill battle. And I can promise you, we don't know yet how many, but we're going to flip some state house seats. And we are going to get to work on making sure that we chip away at that supermajority until every voice in Tennessee is heard. But here's some folks that I want to thank. The original team, which was Sarah. Sarah's my deputy campaign manager. She's been with me since 2016. And she works as hard as anyone I know, and I appreciate it so much. And Jacob, who's been with my fundraising team forever. Lauren, who, bless her heart, was my scheduler. I can't tell you. I mean, I could not do that job. I'll just say that right now. When you're scheduling 95 counties and there's this festival in East Tennessee and this festival in West Tennessee, it's not an easy task. And Megan and Jalen, Megan's on the finance team. Jalen was the first person that was sort of my body man and drove. But, you know, when I was thinking about laws I might change, one of them is the rental car law that you have to be 25 to drive a rental car. So Jalen, when we decided to rent a van for the rest of the tour, he was too young to drive. But became an amazing field organizer and just I can't tell you how many people would call me up about my staff and just say, oh, so-and-so is so great. And I just go down to the office to talk to so-and-so.
You've been listening to Gloria Johnson after her defeat tonight in the race for the U.S. Senate. She spoke shortly after Senator Blackburn tonight.
Let's listen to what Senator Blackburn had to say after she declared victory, making these remarks within the past half hour.
We have looked at this not as Team Marcia, but as Team Tennessee, because what we decided to do with this campaign was to invest in the next generation of leaders, because we want to make certain that Tennessee remains a conservative state. And that means you've got to raise up other leaders.
All right, that is it for right now, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with more local election returns in about 30 minutes.
That's right. We also want to remind everybody that you can go to WAT.com right now. Don Hudson hosting really a review of what's been going on up to this point as far as election coverage, just not here in Tennessee, but across the country.
We have a panel of experts.
That's right. They're joining them right now. So go to WAT.com for all the very latest.
And again, we'll see you right back here in about 30 minutes after ABC's news coverage as well on the presidential race. So stay with us.
Hello, I'm Don Hudson. Welcome back to WATE.com. We are continuing our election coverage here in Knox County area, Eastern Tennessee, the state of Tennessee, and the rest of the nation. Now, the panel of pundits, our political commentators are here again. In case you're joining us late, Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, Michael Covington, thank you for coming in tonight and being with us and arguing amongst yourselves in front of everyone.
Isn't that what we're here for?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We need all the different opinions. Gloria Johnson just spoke, conceding that race, but she also said something there about how she wants to try to talk to Marcia. She said she called Marcia. I don't know how much of that she told us what was said, other than she wants to work on everyone, to steal a phrase from Rodney King, can't we all get along and work on that? I'm just curious your reaction.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope there's more bipartisan work on issues affecting the state and the country, and it remains to be seen, as they elect the components of Congress and the House and the Senate. So, I think that's what we all want. We all want a bipartisan effort to address the issues that we have. So, but the problem is that we are so separated on the solutions to most of those issues that it's hard to come to a, as I've mentioned several times, a compromise, that four-letter word in Washington, on these issues.
But why not? Why not compromise and get some of something done? It seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, that it used to be a little bit more of that going on. That they'd say, okay, we'll give you a little here, and then they'd say, okay, and then you work on it later or whatever.
Politicians used to be very prideful and proud of the fact that they were able to bring together both sides to come up with something that would help the American people. And now that seems to be horrible. If you listen to national news media, now Gloria, her reach out to Marsha Blackburn, I believe, is incredibly genuine. And as a matter of fact, I heard Marsha Blackburn speak at an event in Washington, D.C. earlier this year, where she was championing bipartisanship and the importance of bipartisanship. She actually had some bills in the state Senate that required Senate co-sponsor on the opposite side of the party to actually move forward. So I do think that she does value bipartisanship, and Gloria could give her a lot of really great info to help her carry that message in Washington, D.C.
Is that the way to go, Michael, is to work more on that? I do know, and I'm not, it can't cover everything, that Marsha did bring an internet bill, to protect children with a Democrat as well.
I think it could work. I don't think it will, but I'm impressed by the fact that Gloria called and had a conversation with Marsha Blackburn. I just do not believe that Marsha Blackburn and Gloria Johnson can sit down and have a substantive conversation that ends up going back to Washington and yielding results. I just don't believe that's going to happen. And I don't know whether it's because the personalities just don't mix well, but I don't see that happening.
Well, it might not be something they definitely want to do in the next couple of days with the whole election going on. We do want to share some results since we have the opportunity here. I think we have some state races, state House and state Senate results that we want to get up there on the board. We'll go with Tennessee House District 5. David Hawk has 81%, Rebecca Anderson at 19% right now. That's the Republican and the Democrat, as you can see right there on the board. And moving on to State Senate District 6, Becky Duncan Massey and DeMonica Bryan. Now, I know that we have talked about Becky Massey on this show. Her name has come up several times. Is these numbers surprise you at all in light of all the things that are going on or that have been going on?
No, they aren't surprised. Becky, I think, is one of the more moderates in the state Senate, willing to compromise. So it doesn't surprise me that she's still very popular amongst her district. And I think I'll probably have to salute her for the work that she's done on the infrastructure damage from the storm in Upper East Tennessee. She's been out in most every one of those counties with members of TDOT and the Lee administration, pledging to get this work done, to get this infrastructure repaired to where these communities can start to get their lives back together. So it's not surprising to me that she's winning at that rate.
And I'm moving on. I'm going to, instead of getting everyone's reaction to that, just moving on to some of the other results we have here. This is Tennessee House District 14. Jason Zachary, the Republican, 65. Amanda Collins, 35%, with the 31,000 or so votes that are in right there. And moving on, I think we have a couple more here. For 15 as well. Sam McKenzie, 69%. Justin Hurst, 31%. Sam McKenzie winning again. He is the Democrat and he is the incumbent. Anything that would read into these numbers? Should he won by more? Should he won by less? Anything that you can read into Sam going back to serve again?
Well, the only way he was going to win by more is if he didn't have an opponent. So I think that these numbers, again, it's looking like a 2/3 majority for most of these incumbent candidates. So I think they're right at the numbers where everyone else is for the race. So, I don't think there's any problems in the community with Sam McKenzie. He's a lone wolf out in the in the supermajority C. So it's difficult to get legislation proposed or passed in that position, being a Democrat in the supermajority. So, but he's done a good job, I think, in expressing his issues, his concerns with things, and that's the best you can do right now.
And speaking of Sam, and I'm bringing this back to our Tennessee This Week programs, we heard from him at length about Amendment 2, and I'm now jumping into just a Knoxville alone, issue here, and I apologize, but that amendment, based on some of the numbers we're seeing here, is losing. You said by about 3,000 votes.
But right now we have less than 40 of the 100 and some precincts reporting.
Yeah, 31% of the.
And we're a little behind, saying 20%, but that's the against and for votes. Do you see these numbers staying this way? Do you think that this does not pass?
It could change. There's still, you know, we don't know what precincts exactly have been reporting, and each precinct in the city has a little bit different mix. So, you know, I want to still keep looking at this.
Big precincts or little precincts, you know, so we don't know really how many votes are left out there. But with a 2,000 vote lead, it's going to be difficult to.
The state is mandating some change in how we elect our city council. If this doesn't pass, then what?
You go to a district representation on city council.
Right. And do you think, Michael, that this will pass or won't pass?
I think it will not pass. I think it is going to die a very lonely death.
Well, right
because the Amendment 1 is going to pass.
Yeah,
and Amendment 1 just moves that fifth city council district to align with the other city council races.
So everybody gets elected at the same time and has to run at the same time. So that one, we like I said, I think we've discussed in Tennessee this week that was not going to have a problem. Everyone can see that. Do you think that this is one of those things where you saw the signs and the people who were against this so much more vocal than people who were for it, or no?
Typically, people, when amendments like this are on the ballot, people's inclination is to just vote no. I mean, that's where you're starting from with all voters, is they're just going to vote no. And so it's an uphill battle to do the education that's required to even get a voter to be open to coloring in yes.
Actually, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
I went back and tried to find an amendment that failed.
Okay.
You know, all the way back to 1987. I couldn't find one that failed.
Really?
Really?
Right.
In the city?
So, in the city, yeah. So
could you name a few of those amendments?
Well, the term limits passed.
Well, that's easy.
You know, so there's a number of housekeeping things that have been on the agenda. So, you know, but they've all passed with very little pro or con campaign against either one. So this one has elicited as much interest in an amendment as that I've seen since the term limits amendment passed
and I don't have
several years ago.
I have no psychological reports to look at this, but it would seem to me a lot of times people, when they see the amendment, they go, oh, they think this is best, so I should probably just vote for it. But that means they did a good job if for the people who are against it, you know, getting that word out, if that's the case.
Well, there were two very good arguments for it and against it.
Right.
I mean, the people wanting their district representation, you know, got their message out that you need to elect someone who, you know, represents your district and that's the person you go to. Whereas the other one was more reflective of the system that we already have now. And it seems to be that people wanted that district representation. So there's good arguments on both sides.
Go ahead, Michael.
I want to think that the unique combination of individuals who came together to be for or against this referendum, I think that will have had a bigger impact than people realize. And when I say the mix, Amelia Parker was against this referendum. Sam McKenzie was against this referendum. I'm against this referendum. And we are against this referendum for three very different but very cogent reasons. And I think that people are seeing that, okay, we need to look at this as to whether or not it really benefits us as individuals or members of a community, or whether it benefits someone else's interest. And so I'm hoping that the voters see that the combination of individuals who had arguments against it had wise arguments, and that those arguments were being made to bring an awareness to something that was not going to benefit certain communities in the city.
All right. With that, and I'll leave it at that right now, we're going to once again talk to Ella Wales, 6 Senior Side reporter Ella Wales. She is at the Election Commission right now, and we're going to get an update from her. Ella.
Dawn, behind me, members of the Election Commission are starting to count the votes that were cast today on Election Day. They already counted the early voting votes, and we do have some results from that here in the county for some of the big races that were voted on. For early voting only here in Knox County, Trump earned 59% of the vote, while Kamala Harris earned 39%. We also have the early voting results for U.S. House District 2, where Tim Burchett earned 62% of the votes and Jane George earned 37%. Now, like I said, they're still counting the votes for Election Day votes right now. You can see that behind me. It's a long process, but they were actually able to get that underway fairly quickly because Election Administrator Chris Davis told us that the polls wrapped up pretty quickly. Around 8:30, there were no more lines, and so they were able to get that underway, but we are still waiting on those results. In Knox County, Ella Wales, 6 on your side.
Yeah, they're so busy down there, Ella. The lights are going off and on. I thank you for continuing right through that and getting us that information. I appreciate it. Well, Ella, again, is down live watching what's going on at the Election Commission. We want to now go up and talk to 6 on your side reporter Molly O'Brien. She is live at the Democratic headquarters. Oh, and I'm now being told that she is not quite ready. So apparently maybe there's a light issue there as well. Democratic headquarters, we're going to go there and she's going to talk to someone, but I'm assuming at this particular moment, it can't be a lot of happiness and joy down there.
Well, Don, you never know.
Well, I don't. That's what I'm asking you.
Democrats have a lot to be joyful about. You know, in addition, in East Tennessee, which we know is a strong red part of our state, you're not going to turn around races in one election season or one campaign. It's about really getting into micro data and looking precinct by precinct where Democrats made gains and continuing to put candidates on the ballot to hold incumbents accountable. The fact that Democrats in Knox County were able to contest nearly every single race at that state level, in addition to the United States Senate, is actually a huge victory, and it shows the strength of the Democratic Party. So when you're trying to sort of win back seats, things aren't going to happen in an election cycle. You want to first make sure that every single incumbent gets challenged, and then you want to look at that microdata precinct by precinct to see where you're making gains. It's a decade-long strategy.
Michael.
You know, Courtney, I was prepared to say I was in lockstep agreement with you until you said huge victory. I was prepared to say Courtney is right on point with that analysis.
Well, you can just leave it right there. Craig, what do you have to say?
The amendment 2 is still losing by 2,000 votes. So,
I think Craig has got a hyper focusing going on right now with this amendment. Again, and I probably shouldn't, but
getting back to what Courtney said, the problem is all these districts are all gerrymandered. So until you get a change in the composition of the state Senate and House, you're never going to get your districts more fairly balanced. So, but you're never going to get that change in Nashville until the districts are fairly. So it's a chicken and the egg. Right. It's a circular argument. There has to be a real tipping point in the state before you're going to see a loosening of that supermajority in Nashville who controls, the maps, the district maps. And, they've gerrymandered Nashville to where it now has 3 or 4 different, U.S. House of Representatives seats, where it was represented by one person for, 20 years. Yep. So, until that changes, you're really not going to see any substantial change in the voting patterns in the state.
40%? Would you agree that 40% is a high watermark? And if 3, 4, 5 of your candidates that are on the ballot, instead of being at 36% consistently, when they get up over 40, huge victory is that's in the cards. Huge victory.
Well, first of all, it's a huge victory to get people to run for office when they know that there could be a path to victory, but it's far into the future. Right. And so the fact that Democrats were able to recruit really great quality candidates is step one, because you can't get close to that 40% if nobody's running.
40%, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Until you start getting some victories, it's going to be a very uphill battle.
And that is a great place to stop that particular conversation. 6 on your side reporter Molly O'Brien, again live at the Democratic headquarters. We want to go to her now. Molly.
Hey, Don. So like you guys have been reporting, shortly after those polls closed, we did learn that Marsha Blackburn was the projected winner in that U.S. Senate race. But I am here with Gloria Johnson. You spoke just a short time ago. You thanked your staff. You said you called Marsha to congratulate her. What was that call like?
It was good. I just told her I congratulated on her. The tone of the rhetoric and how we can tone down the hate in the state. I feel like that so many of my colleagues across the aisle are just
were hoping to talk to Gloria there and had just a little bit of static, but that's, you know, it's a brave new world. We're trying to do things live everywhere we go. Again, some of the things that we just recap for you is that Marsha Blackburn really early on was declared the winner, and Gloria started to talk about the fact that she did call her and did reach out to her and also wanted to talk to her a little bit. And we've had that discussion about trying to do some bipartisan things and maybe have a little bit a better relationship between not only the people running, but the voters of each of those people as well. They're just trying to find some common ground instead of where we can argue. Let's talk about the presidential race a little bit here. We've had some conversations. Last time we saw it, and I don't know if we can get an updated type map that would show us, it was 177.
Let's go to Bo.
Well,
you're just going to summon Bo?
Well, he's not over there yet. Okay. We got to let him know that we're coming to him in the map. But I don't know if we can see. There we go. Where we are anyway here. It's not the state by state. This is Tennessee, and we can see that. And I don't think that's going to change. That's with 76, and it's pretty much stayed that same way since 20%.
There's the map.
There we go. There's where we are right now. As far as we've changed like what one electoral vote for Trump since the last time we checked it. But again, there are just certain states in play here and other states kind of given. Do you think that there any, other than those important 7 or 8 states, is there another state that wasn't on that map that say, oh, maybe I'm surprised that person could actually win, or are these things kind of foregone conclusions?
I mean, I'd be real surprised if Donald Trump won California.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't mean like that.
There was some polling data that came out over the weekend about how Harris could win Iowa.
I did see that.
Yes.
So that would be quite a surprise if that actually happens. So it's not going to change the electoral politics much because it has so few electors in it. But, you know, that would be a switch. So, and I don't know whether we have, results in North Carolina and Georgia yet.
Right. If we, as soon as we get them, we will get them from
can they bring up
our decision desk.
The state map or the electoral map?
The electoral map.
Are you executive producing our
yes,
webcast?
Yes, he is. Well, we can see it up there.
So Georgia and North Carolina haven't been declared yet.
No,
North Carolina
has still in gray.
Already said they think they won't be able to call their race until 11.
Right. Okay. If they're in color, that means that they've called it, and even if it's not 100% of the vote, when they get to that point where at the AP and also our decision desk headquarters at News Nation.
I thought this is the decision desk.
Well, this is this is the talking desk where we're just having.
Well, I don't think anyone thought that by 11 o'clock we're ever going to do the answer to any of these questions.
That'd be nice. I'd love to go to sleep.
All right, let's look at a couple more Tennessee House district. District 16. Michael Carringer and Lauren Carver.
Michelle Carringer.
Oh, excuse me. Michelle, sorry, I'm looking up now and I can see her name. I'm so sorry. Yes, Michelle Carringer doesn't change the vote, still 69 to 28%. House District 18, Elaine Davis and Brian Goldberg. This has been the closest of all of the Tennessee House and Tennessee Senate districts. So that's where I want to get your reaction here, because this is less, or really it's about 2,010, 15 votes that are separating them. How does this end? And your reaction. I'll start down at the end, Michael.
I think Elaine is going to prevail in this race. I think Brian Goldberg ran an excellent campaign. I really do. I liked his commercials. I liked his signs. And I'm a fan of Elaine Davis, but I thought Brian Goldberg did a really fine job, and I think the race is still somewhat close. But I'm pleased. I would be pleased to see Elaine prevail in this race, but Brian ran a really good campaign.
Well, again, we don't know which precincts are still out.
Right.
There's enough votes still remaining.
72% is what we are, so we still have, like I said, 28%.
I'm getting a sense, too, with this split. Before Election Day, we saw a campaign mailer coming from Friends to Elect Elaine Davis, something like that, that really championed and gave her ownership of Elaine Davis is the one that's making you change the way you do elections in the city of Knoxville. And it was just very bizarre messaging given everything that we've known about this topic and the fact that Elaine Davis won't come to a public forum and claim credit for that herself. Now when we see the data coming in, the votes coming in for and against Amendment 2, you're wondering if her people kind of saw something where Amendment 2 might be being against Amendment 2 was actually a popular stand. So that's why this piece of mail came out saying, you know, all those people who are voting against Amendment 2, your girl that's responsible for that is Elaine Davis, so vote for me too.
Right. And
yeah, but I would say that when we look at it by precinct in post-election analysis, I think you'll see that Elaine Davis probably lost the bulk of the city precincts in her district and won the bulk of the county precincts in her district. So I'm not sure that the voting on Amendment 2 was a factor in it.
But why would they spend money putting out this piece of mail saying, you know, Elaine Davis is responsible for making you change the way you do elections?
Well, and I couldn't figure out that flyer at all when I got it because it said there's a highlighted point that says avoid costly local elections. So candidates can focus on the issue. So what does that mean? Does that mean she's going to introduce more bills in Nashville to, change the way amendments are allowed on the
like get rid of early voting,
or get rid of early voting, for example? So it's that was very mysterious. I think it came along a little too late in the process to impact the election, and because she won early voting, so. It's going to be hard for Ryan to make up that difference with only 25% of the votes still out.
Right, and as you saw, we were about the halfway mark, about 50% with the for and against on Amendment 2. Does that change anything from the earlier numbers?
No,
as far as
it's 46% in.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for more precincts.
We need a few more precincts for it to be a certainty in my mind.
Right. Okay.
Well, speaking of statewide races, looks like Mark Green beat former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry for that congressional seat in Middle Tennessee.
Okay.
So I don't think that people thought that as a surprise. Megan Barry was so damaged in her brief tenure.
Oh, like Mark Green is a saint?
Well, yeah, he's not a saint either.
He's not a saint.
It's the most. It's what you remember first. So
isn't he a war hero?
Yeah, sure, but he also apparently cheated on his wife and left her, and she made a whole big thing about it.
Right. Well, but it's also a Republican-Democrat issue, and
Green?
Apparently Republicans are more forgiving.
I guess so.
Mark Green
Yeah.
transgressed?
Yeah.
Yes, can you believe it? A male politician having an affair?
I'm just.
Well, there's been female politicians that have had affairs too.
Yes, and we get judged differently, I suppose.
Well,
who's the we?
Female politicians.
Female politicians get judged differently?
Yes. Have you
How?
heard? Have you heard?
How?
Well, Michael.
Gloria Johnson's running for U.S. Senate and State House.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive stuff for a woman.
It is.
Right.
It is. I mean,
So-
the way that
And she
people
won.
have talked about Kamala Harris in this race is very different in contrast to how folks talk about Donald Trump. We just talked about Megan Barry and Mark Green. So the way that people treat male politicians is very different from the way they treat female politicians when they might have the same or similar
Do
transgressions.
you feel as though women politicians are treated unfairly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They
There's
come,
a whole
they come
different
and talk
standard.
about what people wear if you're a female.
Yeah.
Oh, did you like that pantsuit she had on?
Isn't that
they
kind
don't-
of important?
Nobody's talking about
it's historical.
the male politicians.
Yeah.
Necklace choices and pantsuits, and it doesn't matter.
It's a total double standard.
Nowhere in my notes did we say we
Did
would
you-
be
you didn't
talking
think we
about
were
what
gonna
people.
go-
Notice
what
how
people
I
were
have
gonna be
suddenly
wearing.
withdrawn from that aspect of conversation.
Are we close to a day when that won't be the case?
Never.
Maybe, I mean,
Never.
one day, you would hope.
Well, there are more and more females being elected to both
so,
Washington and state houses. So, you're moving in that direction.
All right.
And I think, you're talking about, when more females are elected, you're going to have more bipartisan work done.
There you go. All right. Well, we need to stop at this particular point. We are coming to you live on WATE.com, but now we want to go over to the broadcast side and get you caught up on the election news.
What a perfect segue. Oh, apparently not.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being with us. We are your local election headquarters. I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Bo Williams. Want to start things out as we get you up to date on the latest numbers with U.S. House District 3. Not a big surprise here. Chuck Fleischman, the incumbent, right now the projected winner there with 67% of the vote over Jack Allen.
And let's move on to U.S. House District 1, serving Northeast Tennessee. You see the incumbent, Diana Harshbarger, serving since 2019. She easily takes this in with 87% of the vote, 19% of the vote for Kevin Jenkins, a graphic designer.
Let's take a look at State House District 5 and the numbers here. David Hawk with 82% of the vote. The projected winner there over Rebecca Anderson, who pulled in 18%.
And State House District 14. This is incumbent Jason Zachary over Democrat Amanda Collins, and he also has about 2-to-1 of the vote with 69% in.
Do want to touch on Amendment 2, and this applied to Knoxville voters, making all city council seats basically citywide at large. And here's where things stand right now. Against 52% of the vote, for Amendment 2, 48%.
And our panel of political experts on WATE.com has been talking about this very thing. They say it's just too soon right now to call this one because they're waiting for more precincts to come in. We only have 46% in.
Yeah, and this has been really a hotly contested debate, too, on whether you to approve, not to approve, on which way you should lean on this one, depends who you should talk to. So really no surprise that this one's going to come down really to the end, it seems
Let's check in with Don Hudson now to see how things are going.
All right, we're taking a look at the map, and last time we looked at it, it was 99 for Harris electoral votes. President Trump had, I believe at the time, 177, and so he's up 10 more. As you can still see, the big states that are the big prizes, like Pennsylvania and Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, those are still uncounted. We know how it'll probably play out west for the most part, other than maybe Arizona and Nevada. But right now, need 270 win, 188 to 99. Lori, Bo?
All right, thanks so much. That's it for now, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 30 minutes.
Also, you can get the very latest by going to WATE.com.
Welcome back to our live election coverage here on WATE.com. We're also coming in every few minutes live on our TV side of things, but right now on the digital side, live streaming with our political pundits, political commentators, Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, and Michael Covington. And as much as they have disagreed, we are still all here at the same table. So we are learning how to work together.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the pizza to be delivered.
Anyway, moving on. Let's take a look at the national map as we try to count electoral votes. And last time that we looked at it over here on the digital side, it was 177 to 99. That's now changed. It's 188. I don't know which state changed that there because it's 10 or 11 or if it's a combination of two. Couple of things. Craig, you were pointing out you're keeping track of these numbers. Iowa, which everyone up till maybe 4 or 5 days ago would have assumed President Trump was winning. But where are we with those numbers right now?
In Iowa,
he's down a couple thousand, or is he
6,000 votes? But it's only 28.4% of the in. So that's still fluctuating. I'm
right.
sure.
Well, yeah, you still have 60, whatever, 8% or so to go. But are you surprised by that? And maybe if we hadn't heard, I think it was the Iowa Register, one of the newspapers, the Des Moines Register, thank you, that brought that up a few days ago. Had we not heard that, would you have really been surprised?
Oh, if Harris wins Iowa, I would be surprised under any circumstances.
Yes.
So, you know.
Do you think those numbers hold up?
I'm not familiar enough with Iowa politics.
But now, wasn't this
that,
the same poll in 2016 that predicted Trump? There was something to this particular poll that they looked at that accurately predicted 2016.
The Des Moines Register has been fairly accurate.
So it's another interesting data point, but we still need a lot of those swing states to come in to really get a sense of where this is going to fall.
Right. Well, that's definitely something that he doesn't want to do, lose that. Georgia, you're saying that he is up right now?
Yes, according to the Associated Press, he's up 250,000 votes. So, and that's with nearly 80% of the votes counted.
So they're the opposite of Iowa. They're getting close to being, calling this. Michael, I'll just go to you on the Georgia vote, because it is one of those things that every day for the last month it seems like Georgia and these other states would be mentioned. Oh, this is what he's doing. This is what he needs to do. The black vote, the white vote, the young vote, the female vote. Your take on him being up by how much was it?
250,000.
250,000.
That's a lot of votes in Georgia. That to me suggests that he had good results in the early voting, and the election day votes are favoring him. So I'd like to think that this foretells of a good night for him in some other states as well.
The question to me is, where are those votes? If it's Fulton County hasn't come in yet, it still could be up in flux. Right. So we'll have to wait and see.
It's Fulton County, and a lot of the other counties around Fulton County are very, very blue. So it's that whole cluster of counties that are around Fulton County.
Right. We have some more numbers. Let's go over to Bo. He is now at the map. And I don't know what state this came in, but I see the numbers have changed.
I want to say Missouri has popped in here with 10. So the former president up to 198 electoral votes right now. Vice President Harris still holding at 99. Courtney was mentioning earlier, watching Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. They have not been shaded yet, but when you take a look at the race, every time you look at them, the colors change. Now, the vice president has a lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania is pretty much neck and neck. We're talking like 49.7 to 49.4 right now, the last time I checked. And every time you look at Wisconsin, it does change the color. Harris was up a few moments ago. Now the former president appears to be up in Wisconsin, so we're going to have to continue to watch that. But that just goes to show how close these races are right now that we're continuing to watch for you. But this is currently where things stand right now. This is the Decision Desk HQ projections from News Nation. So that's how things are shaping up at this hour. All right, we're also watching some other races for you as well. That includes in the Senate right now, where you can see the GOP getting close to that 51. That's the magic number there, with 47 seats. Democrats right now holding 35. And also we've been watching for you the U.S. House as well. A number of races going on within the U.S. House of Representatives. And so if we see if we can bring that up for you here and get you up to date on the latest figures for you there. Take a look at it. Here's how things shape up. 218 is going to be the magical number here. Right now the GOP with 115, the Democrats with 81. So that's how things are playing out. But as we showed you in the race for the White House, we've added 10 more electoral votes there for the former president, currently sitting at 198. But we'll continue to monitor this for you as some of those swing states still waiting for those votes to be counted. Some big numbers there still to come in as far as this race is concerned, guys.
All right, Bo, thank you very much. And of course, Cook Political Report and others are saying that there are 22 toss-up seats when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives. We have 33 Senate seats up for re-election. We know of at least one of them was Marsha Blackburn, and she's going to win that. And as Bo was just giving us the numbers, the Republicans have a few more than Democrats right now. I'm curious, before we go back into anything else, if no matter who wins, President Trump or Vice President Harris, do you think the Senate and the House go to the Republicans this time around?
Well, the Senate, it was a much more difficult path for the Democrats in the Senate, because they had so many more. They had like 34. There's 34 seats.
Like Joe Manchin was retiring.
Joe Manchin is retiring, so it was a much more difficult path for them to retain the majority in the Senate. Now, it was only a matter of 4 seats to flip the House. So we may have the scenario flipped to where the Republicans are in charge of the Senate, but the Democrats are in charge of the House. So once again, a great formula for gridlock.
Well,
I think that's the more likely scenario, is that the Republicans flip the Senate and Democrats flip the House. Maintain control in the Senate and Democrats flip the House.
Yeah. And of course, depending on who wins as the president, I mean, if it becomes President Trump again, you're still in a situation where you don't have a way of doing everything. Same with Harris. If it's President Harris, then it would same thing.
Well, we know we'll be going into impeachment within a couple of months once Donald Trump wins and the Democrats take over the House. They will immediately move to impeach Donald Trump, the new president, and the Senate will find him not guilty. And it'll be business as usual.
Just like the current House moved to impeach Biden. So, apparently it's the thing to do. If you're in charge of the
thing
House.
to do.
Wow. That, of course, is if he wins. And this is really getting out there, if Donald Trump doesn't win, I mean, at 78, I can't imagine him trying to run again. But what then?
What then for what?
Well, if he doesn't,
for Donald Trump?
Really, yes. And for all the news organizations that cover him, yes, I guess that too.
If it's Donald Trump, he has some serious courtroom time he has to take up. So, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Even if he loses, they'll think they'll just kind of just leave him alone and let it go, or do you think they'll still be coming after him?
Well, I mean, obviously, if he wins, the federal charges will be dismissed. Right. But that still doesn't take care of the state charges that he's, nor does it take care of all these, nearly $500 million in judgments that he has against him that he still would have to pay. From state court decision, but all those will be appealed. And
I'm getting into a big what if there, and I don't mean to do that. But let's go back to some solid numbers. Let's look at how many votes are in as we look here in Tennessee at our U.S. representatives. I believe we're going to start with Tim Burchett and Jane George. We're now at 83% of the vote being counted, and it is exactly 72-30. I always want to get your reaction to that because that's a big. That's no longer like 60-40. That's a big amount. That's a large amount, a big spread there. Michael, your take on that if it stays at 70-30?
Business as usual. That is a margin you would expect for a Tim Burchett race. And Jane George ran a good campaign, but Tim's pretty solid. And so this is not a surprise.
Right. Moving on in our congressional races here to the next one, I'm sorry, I'm not in my notes, there we go. The U.S. of Chuck Fleischman, 68%, Jack Allen, 29%. That is with 81%, so almost the same amount reporting as well. This one has already been called, as you can see from the check that is on there. Surprised at all that these numbers staying basically where they've been for the last hour?
I'm not surprised about this, and I'm also not surprised with Congressman Fleischman's popularity here. He is an appropriator.
Right.
We have a huge Department of Energy presence in East Tennessee. A lot of people depend on their paychecks because we have Department of Energy missions in East Tennessee. And he is extraordinarily popular, has been a champion of the Department of Energy, also a champion of nuclear energy, both fusion and fission. And he has brought together Democrats and Republicans on that topic of energy and really carbon neutral energy to bring forward more innovation from this country, originating from this country and being deployed in this country. So his ideas are very popular. He is in a position of power and authority, and he's bringing home major wins for East Tennessee.
Just shows you the power of the incumbency.
Yeah.
He can bring back those big checks back to his district, and that's what incumbents do, and that gives them a leg up on any challenger.
Plus, you forget he plays on the congressional baseball team.
He does. He does. He's a
and
big
he was an MVP
fan.
not too long ago in that game.
Fleischman.
Yes, Fleischman, yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know that either when I had him in here like 6 months ago when we were talking. He has a card. He
and
one
he
of
let
those
you
cards.
know. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the key to his victory.
There it is. He's a hard out.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. He's not striking out if you pitch to him. All right, moving on to House District 1, Diana Harshberger and Kevin Jenkins. I mean, clearly it's not even close. This is with 91% in, so these numbers are going to pretty much, that percentages anyway, are going to stay pretty much where they are, even though they need to count a few thousand more votes.
This is her second election, so and that area has been solidly Republican for the past 30 years, so not surprising.
And even at that high of a number?
No. and I'm blacking out on the name of the guy that was up there for years. You know, there's a
John Rowe?
No, Quillen. In the you know, the name of the medical school up there at East Tennessee, John. Yeah. Well, whoever
Okay.
you people can look that up.
Whoever he is.
You can look that up in Google, but he was in there for a long time.
Right. If you're watching us on WATE.com, which you are, you just open up another window. You can type that in, look it up, and then you can say.
Quillen,
you know,
almost,
yeah. You
I
can
think that's
email us, and maybe they'll run down here.
Yeah, we're going to find that out in a minute.
And let us know. Craig will be doing it on himself. I'm curious about just back to the presidential race, because some of the questions I have, and you may not be able to even get into them, but you have, in some of these states, Jill Stein actually gets some votes because she's been running for president so many times, even though it's not Democrat, not Republican. Also, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. going over and saying he supported President Trump, but also being on the ballot. He said, hey, I want you to vote for him, not me, but he couldn't get himself off of almost all those ballots. Could that play, just those few thousand votes, the difference between?
Oh, sure. Especially in states where it's still with, 49.7 and 49.3. Those couple thousand votes can make a really big difference.
Yeah, and I'm. Oh, sorry, Michael. Thought you were going to add something there. We are still waiting for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and then later on, if it still matters, Arizona and Nevada. Did you find it, Craig? I was giving you a chance here.
Yes. Phil Rowe was.
That's what I said.
You did? Okay.
I said Rowe.
Yeah, but who was the guy before him?
Yeah, that's where. That's.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
No, Michael, you're just going to repeat. Don't just repeat that.
I'm helping.
Yeah. Okay.
So okay.
All right.
Jimmy Quillen.
Okay. Let's get the numbers. We're getting more votes in, so let's go to our state senate district 6. Becky Duncan Massey and Monica Bryan. I don't know if those have changed much at all. Now that we're at 78, let's call it 80% of the vote is in. And again, as you mentioned, you think Becky is on. I believe she's on the transportation committee.
She
chairs it.
So the fact that she went out there, and like you said, that she's been very involved in all this damage to to get things done.
She showed real leadership in that whole area.
And I mean, the fact she is, again, a very popular politician, but the fact that she even had an opponent, and she had a quality opponent, speaks volumes to some of the issues that were going on in Nashville. I know one of the things that really rubbed folks the wrong way is ultimately Becky Duncan Massey co-sponsored one of the voucher proposals, and that got people really up in arms. So the fact that Becky Duncan Massey had an opponent and had a really great opponent in Monica Bryan really shows that people are not real thrilled with some of the decisions and some of the things happening in Nashville.
Yeah, and that's about to get started. Well, no. January, I guess.
January.
Get started
But
again. We're starting to hear things.
Speaking of vouchers, here's a tidbit. Kentucky, our neighbors
the state to the north. Yes.
They had a constitutional amendment on their ballot to either allow or prohibit public funding to non-public schools, and it was voted down, so they cannot provide vouchers in Kentucky. 64-35.
Wow.
Pretty overwhelming.
Yeah.
To private schools.
To private schools.
Or just vouchers, all vouchers.
No public money to private schools.
Yeah.
Okay. So public money could go to a public school. But
yeah. Oh, yes. So just interesting, Kentucky and Tennessee are fairly similar, so I wondered if it would go to a vote of an amendment here in Tennessee, whether the results would be the same.
It would fail miserably. It would crash and burn.
Well, looking at who's being elected and some of the same faces, same people who are with the Republican Party, Democratic Party, where is the voucher idea, the voucher plan headed?
Well, it's going to be sponsored.
It's coming back up.
Right.
Yep.
And they're working on it. They've got a final draft, so it's.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have, and it is much tamer than the last version.
Is this the governor's bill, or is it the Senate or the House bill?
This is the House bill.
Oh, okay.
So the governor will come up with one that he thinks is better.
Right.
So
I mean, the question is funding and accountability, and it'll be interesting to see if the House and the Senate can come up on a bill because they were miles apart last year.
Right.
So,
but the money's still there. The $144
or lack
million
thereof.
Right.
Well, they budgeted it last
Yeah,
year.
it
just failed.
Yeah. Well, but the question is that going to be enough in the future?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It
there's
won't,
some.
it won't be.
There's some.
It won't be enough.
Undercurrents now of would that money be better spent in East Tennessee for infrastructure repair versus a voucher bill? So, I think that's something that might have legs in the legislature as well. Maybe we need to repurpose this money.
I'm curious because we did talk about Becky Duncan Massey, but as the state, when we know what we dealt with, right? We had all the damage that went on with the roads and people, and we still have places like down in Asheville, not in our state, but don't even have water at this point, a month plus into it. Our elected leaders, when you saw them and you saw everything going on, were we proud of what they did? Were you proud of what they did? Or do you think that they were really lacking when it came to response?
Oh, no, I think they jumped right in. I don't have any problems with the response from the state, but working in the healthcare industry, in disasters like this, we always assumed that we had to do our own disaster recovery. You have to plan it for it yourself. So, when these people come in with money and equipment to help, it's just a bonus. And I think that they came in, immediately after, trying to repair. And of course, the governor has a $100 billion program for these counties to help rebuild their water systems. I'm not sure why it's a loan, why it's just not a grant, but that's a whole different story. But I have no problem with what the state and what the federal government has done either.
The state of Tennessee, I think, was just not prepared. I mean, how far inland are we to have this sort of effects from the hurricane? And leading up to that, it was raining for 4 days before. So I think our state was just completely overwhelmed and not entirely prepared for a disaster of biblical proportions, and they acted as fast as they could. But, it also begs the question, are these the kinds of things that we need to be prepared for from a budgetary standpoint in the future? Also, earlier this year, it snowed for 9,000 days in January. That's never happened before.
That is
so we've had these two big weather events in 1 year.
Biblical, isn't
it was.
It seems a little longer than I remember, but
it was 9,000 days I counted in January. So, again, it just begs the question, as a state, do we need to be better prepared from a budgetary standpoint for more natural disasters in the future?
Well, they have hundreds of millions of dollars in their reserve funds that easily could have been used for this disaster during the COVID issues, but they chose not to delete the rainy day fund. And what more is a rainy day fund
than when it's actually
you
raining?
have a hurricane.
Yeah.
So, the money's there, they just need to spend it.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers from some of the states as we try to update here, in Tennessee, and also that Donald Trump in Florida, as
I think
with
Colorado came in
with 96% reporting, he's 56.2, so he will, obviously win Florida there. And then in Georgia, he's at 52% with 82% of the vote being in. But like you said, we're not sure where it has not come in at this particular time. And I can't go state by state as we all look, but Craig can look. It's still the same at 198, I think, for electoral for President Trump. But Vice President Harris is now at 109, up from 99 as far as electoral.
Yeah, I would assume that's the Colorado.
Yeah, from the Colorado vote, which some people, I don't know, there were some people that said that it was in play, but it was definitely not one of the seven or eight states.
Right.
But
this
like
is not one of the ones we're looking at.
Kind of thing, kind of like Iowa probably at this particular time. There are the numbers right there, and as Craig mentioned, the 10 electoral votes that went to Kamala Harris from the state of Colorado, and that is another state that is blue in color. Do you think, based on what we heard, based on last time, I know that Pennsylvania, I saw stories about Pennsylvania, had it worked on its counting, that we will actually have a winner tonight? Even, let's just say midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning. Today, tomorrow, will we have a winner? And when I say tomorrow, in the morning, or is this going to drag out for several days?
It's really, Pennsylvania is almost key here. It's really going to depend on when we get votes in from Pennsylvania. That's going to be a big one.
And I don't know if anyone's seen any numbers that are coming from Pennsylvania. I've not looked up
No,
that
I haven't
particular.
seen any.
Yeah,
I haven't looked. So, yeah.
But anyway, all right. Well, I just thought it's one of those things where you're saying, well, okay. Some people are saying this could be 2 weeks coming into it.
No, I don't think it's going to be 2 weeks.
No.
No.
I'd like to think that the Electoral College will be decided sometime in the wee hours of the morning.
And then what? Because both sides have got all kinds of attorneys and legal.
Then the attorneys kick in. I mean, and I think the attorneys are going to fight through the end of the year and well into next year. And they're already prepared for it. So a lawyer that's prepared to take an action is going to take an action.
Right. And what is it they are targeting? I mean, I've heard all kinds of stories where it's like, oh, you've got people that weren't on the rolls, or you've got people who can't prove that they're U.S. citizens. What should we expect from the legal fight once they start calling this?
Just tried to. The Supreme Court just allowed Virginia to purge voters, a couple of 100,000 voters that should not have been there. I think there's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of challenges to votes. All of these irregularities that have been discovered in the last couple of days of early voting, it's just going to be problematic. And when you have that many lawyers set up, you've got hammers looking for nails, and that's always problematic.
Right.
In states that are really, really, really close, you can have that recount. You can also, folks who come to the polls on election day or even during early voting and think they can vote, but a poll worker's like, no, I'm not seeing you here. You can request, in some cases, you can request a provisional ballot, and those ballots get set aside. So if there is a challenge, there is a recount, and it takes more time to verify whether or not you are a qualified voter and whether or not this ballot should count, then the state can take that time to kind of figure out if that should be counted or not. And depending on the number of provisional ballots and depending on how close the race is, it could change things up a little bit.
Right.
A lot depends on the margin of victory.
Right.
Yeah, if the margin of victory is such, like Biden's 7 million vote victory in 2020, it reduces the amount of issues that you have. But if it's 49 or whatever.
I'm going to have to cut you off just because we have to go to a break and send things back over to the broadcast side. You're watching our election coverage on WATE.com.
And welcome back, everyone, to our local election coverage. I'm Lori Tucker.
And I'm Bo Williams.
All right, after polls closed tonight, we moved reporter Ella Wales and crew to the Knox County Election Commission.
No doubt one of the busiest places right now at this point on this election night. We want to check in with her to get the very latest on how things are moving there.
All right, obviously we're having a few audio problems with Ella. We'll get back with her, get an update on what's happening at the Election Commission. In the meantime, let's take a look at State House District 15. That has just been projected as a win for Democrat incumbent Sam McKenzie. You see him there with 68% of the vote, over 32% for Justin Hurst, 81% of the vote in. But again, McKenzie is the projected winner here.
Take a look at State House District 16 and Michelle Carringer, the projected winner there with 69% of the vote. Again, 80% report now the precincts they're reporting. Lauren Carver pulling in just under 30% of the vote tonight.
Now, State House District 18, this is shaping up to be a very interesting one. Ahead right now is Elaine Davis with 54% of the vote to Brian Goldberg, her Democrat challenger, who's doing very well tonight with 46% of the vote. This one is too close to call. 78% of the vote is in. We're going to keep watching this one.
One of the tighter races we've been watching for you tonight. State House District 89. Justin Lafferty, 67% of the vote. Carrie Hammond with 33%, 76% of the precincts reporting in this one.
Now, let's take a look, get you caught up on Amendment 2 for Knoxville voters. Here's where we stand right now with 62% of the vote in. Those against it are 52%. Those in favor, 48%. This is to make all 9 city council seats basically at large, citywide. It's been pretty close all evening. That one, again, too close to call.
And talk about a close one tonight. Rutledge package stores referendum. Right now, it is a dead heat. 50%, 236 votes to 236 votes for and against. But again, you can see there the latest out of Rutledge tonight.
Look at that. A lot of folks talking about that.
Exactly. That is for sure.
Let's go ahead and try to send things back now as we look at the results there for the Blackburn-Johnson race. Blackburn the winner. Let's send it back to Ella Wales over at the County Election Commission. Ella.
Sorry about that, guys. As I was saying, the Election Commission is here counting the votes that were cast today on Election Day. They already were able to count those early voting votes from over in October, and that's where we learned that Trump earned 59% of the vote here in Knox County, while Harris earned 39%. Again, that was just from the early voting votes here in Knox County. They are still counting the ones cast today. We also just heard that they're just waiting on the votes from one more polling place, Carnes Elementary. They're just waiting on that, and then they can go ahead and finish that counting for today. But we're going to keep you updated on those results and how the counting's going here in Knox County. At the City County Building, Ella Wales, 6 on your side.
Ella, thank you. You can see all the activity going on behind her right now. Very, very busy place.
All right, that's it for now, but don't go anywhere, everyone. We continue to monitor those close races that we just looked at. We'll be back in 30 minutes.
You can also join us right now on WAT.com.
WATE, we are your local election headquarters, and on WATE.com, we are live streaming with our political pundits. To my right, Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, and Michael Covington. We've all got along just enough that we are all still here after 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's going to be talking to each other later, but no. I am joking.
Yeah.
You guys have been great. Everything's been great. We just saw something. Bo and Lori were talking about it, and I just wanted to get into it a little bit more. In Rutledge, a vote for the package store that could sell alcohol, that they sell liquor as well. And I know that they have the graphic, maybe we'll bring it up. If not, the vote on this particular item was 236 for and 236 against. So for starters, the against wins because the for didn't have one more vote. Exact same vote on this issue. I mean, that is, first off, what does that say about votes?
When we say every vote counts, every vote counts.
Yeah, I mean, you still have 500 and something people voting, and they right down the line.
Well, we've had some tie races in the city of Knoxville recently. So, it does happen, and it only underscores the fact that, as Courtney says, every vote counts. So, and it also underscores what candidates spend the most part of their campaign doing, getting out the vote.
Right.
GOTV is the key. It'll be the key in this presidential election, too, whatever party gets most of their votes out.
Right. And I don't know a whole lot of background on this. This is just in Rutledge. There were some other communities, too, that had similar votes. But in this referendum, you're saying the alcohol store where they sell beer and wine, they wanted to also sell liquor. And apparently the people in Rutledge are literally split right down the middle on the subject.
Yeah, we are a polarized nation, all the way down to Rutledge.
Yes, we are.
All the way down from Washington D.C. to Rutledge. Yes, we can use that tagline. Let's talk about some of the Tennessee districts here, House districts. We're going to start with 14. Just go through some results here for a number of these races. This is State House District 14, Amanda Collins and Jason Zachary, and these are the numbers with 82% in, so these are pretty much going to stand right there. Jason Zachary with about 10,000 more votes than Amanda. Moving to House District 15, this is Sam McKenzie. He is the incumbent. He is the Democrat over Justin Hirsch in that particular race. And maybe I'm getting ahead of you guys. I'm so sorry. I can slow down here. No? Do we not have that? Can I keep going? Okay. Here we go. We're moving on to the next race. Becky Duncan Massey, 64%. Monica Bryan, 36%. That is with 84% of the vote that has come in. So that is State Senate District 6. So jumping back there. You guys let me know what you have next, if you have. All right. We're going to Senate District 6. From what I'm being told. Yes, which is where we are. I'm sorry, that's where we already are. Where are we headed next, or should we just talk about it? These results, you have been saying all night, when it's 60-40, again, like here, Sam McKenzie, 68-32, that's similar to Republicans winning kind of the same numbers as well, that no big surprises in any of this.
Again, you get back to the power of the incumbency. You're seeing the incumbents winning by 2/3 majorities. So
is it just name recognition and money, or what is that reason?
Well, it's usually when you're an incumbent, you get more name recognition, and there's mysterious pools of money that become available to you in PACs and things like that. So yeah, it's both. Really the only one that was closer was District 18. The Elaine Davis Goldberg race, and it was maybe 4 or 5 percentage points. So it was an anomaly out there amongst these races. Right. So it was really the only, and it was anticipated to be the only really close race in the group.
And it's proved to be that.
Right.
Just basically 80%.
I'm just surprised that it hasn't been called with 79%, and that 8 percentage points is a lot. I don't see how that race could be changed or altered with the 21% that's left. Yeah. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, to make up 3,000 votes would be very difficult.
It would be
Goldberg would have to get every one of the votes.
Everyone.
And that usually doesn't happen that way.
No. If it does, people start investigating.
Right.
Every vote in one.
Probably investigating in
what
Rutledge.
this shows, especially in this state house race, is Democrats need to keep running candidates, because every time we run a candidate, we narrow that gap. So that is still a very winnable, gettable, competitive area for Democrats to start chipping away at.
Is she vulnerable compared to some of the others?
If she tries to get rid of early voting again, then yes, very vulnerable.
Yeah, the numbers would show that she is more vulnerable than the other members of the delegation.
Right. Democrats would have to go some to find a candidate better than Brian Goldberg. I mean, he's a world-class athlete. He was a swimmer, business owner, super personable guy, presented well, ran a solid campaign. If they couldn't take Elaine Davis out in this race with her first term and the volatile nature of the things she was involved with, if they couldn't take her out with Brian Goldberg, it's an uphill climb.
He can run again. He can run again. He's a great candidate. He could run again in another 2 years. Somebody else could run. But there's vulnerability there for the Republicans in District 18.
Well, her negative advertising on him, though, I think probably was the key to this victory for her.
Do you really think that people?
Yeah, I think that people, oh, he didn't pay his taxes. And she, she finally came out and said that he paid his taxes when they discovered that there was a theft of his tax check. But that was after, thousands of mailers had gone out. So I think that negative advertising, if there was one thing that, sticks out in this campaign, it was that.
And Courtney, of course, the whole swimming thing,
Yes.
You can look it up,
Yes.
That way you can figure out what the connection is there. State House District.
VFLs.
That's true, VFLs. State House District 89, Justin Lafferty is the Republican. Carrie Hammond is the Democrat. And again, we're saying that still kind of seeing that 60-something, 30-something type race. This is with 83% of those votes in. And I, if you guys have it, and if you don't, we can still get into it. Just looking for the update on Amendment 2 in Knoxville for the voters there on City Council. Amendment 1 apparently is passing, and that's where we're going to have all City Council members run at the same time. But right here, you have Amendment 2, and right now against 2,000 votes more. This is with 62%. So I don't know. Is that enough to say that this is probably not going to make up 2,000 votes?
Yeah,
And it's going to stay.
I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it was very well argued on both sides.
Right.
So I think that the people that wanted to have their own district representation came out ahead on this. So we'll see how it works out in the end.
And I think the no proponents were stronger at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I think the for's Amendment 2, they made their case and they closed their case. They rested their case. The no's just kept fighting.
Right. And it's interesting to say, because I saw more and more yard signs, I think, as we get closer to election that were against it or saying to vote no for an amendment. I don't remember seeing that many yard signs compared to candidate yard signs. Hey,
well,
go ahead.
The confidence of the Republicans in the state House delegation shows in the fact that they never show up at any of the debates that any of the organizations sponsor. And Courtney mentioned this earlier. They don't come and speak at any of these forums that are meant to have constructive dialogue on the issues facing the state. They feel that they're have all the power of the incumbency and don't need to do debates, and their strategy seems to have worked.
There you go. Hey, Bo is standing by right behind us on the wall there at the map, at the update map. So let's check in with him now.
All right, guys, thank you. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ projecting on News Nation right now. Take a look at it. The former president with 198. The vice president's 112 right now. That's how things are stacking up. Still watching those key states, those key races for you right now. Currently, the former president, Donald Trump, leading in Georgia and North Carolina. The vice president leading in Virginia at last check. Pennsylvania right now about a 2-point differential. The former president, Donald Trump, currently leading there in Pennsylvania. Right now, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. If we could get those to light up on this map, every time you go and look at some of the other where things stand as the precincts are coming in, they keep changing colors. It's almost be like a disco ball, because one moment it's red, the next moment it's blue. That's how tight it is, less than a point right now. Again, in Arizona, where you've got 11 electoral votes there, Wisconsin with 10, Michigan with 15. Again, still close in Pennsylvania, about a 2-point differential we're seeing there, but we'll have to continue to watch that one. Actually, looks like the numbers just jumped here. Donald Trump now up to 204. Right now overall. 270, the magic number. Harris still with 112. So that's where things stand right now, but we're still watching those key swing states for you to see where everything lands. Also in Nevada has been back and forth as well. Nevada with 6 there. So again, several we're going to have to watch for you coming up here at 11 o'clock when more of these polling areas close, especially out west. California, some of these spots, we'll start to see some of those results. But right now, Donald Trump with 204 to Harris's is 112. So that's where things are standing at this moment. Still watching the other races for you as well. Want to get you up to date on what's going on as far as the Senate and the House. We'll start things off with the Senate. Nothing's really changed since the last time we chatted. The Republicans right now, 48 seats. The Democrats with 36. Of course, 51, the magic number there. But we're seeing right now the GOP still well out in front right now, closing in on that 51 number. But we'll see how, still got a few races there. We still need to find out and see how those are going to pan out for you there to see the final numbers. And then the U.S. House as well, the other one we're watching for you right now. Who will have control here? Democrats picking up some more seats. Are up to 92 right now. The GOP at 139. But again, still a lot of races to be decided there. 218 going to be the magic number. But that's how things are shaping up right now. But we're watching that presidential race for you right now. The former president now has eclipsed that 200 mark. But we'll continue to watch this for you. Still waiting for those swing states to give their final tally, but many of them, as I mentioned, Wisconsin, Michigan, also out in Arizona right now. I mean, we're talking less than a point the last time we checked that are separating these two. Guys.
Yeah, that's some close races, that's for sure out there. So 231 of the U.S. House of Representative seats apparently have been decided. It's still the 435 is up, and there are still the 33 Senate seats that were up in this election. And as Bo mentioned, the Republicans looking like they're going to now have a majority. They had the 51-49 minority before, but now that could change. I'm curious your thoughts on so far what we're seeing as far as surprises, no surprises, other than Rutledge, which had the 236 to 236 vote.
That's the biggest, what we're talking about.
I should say that's the biggest surprise.
That'll bankrupt Las Vegas. The heavy money was on it passing that. Really.
In all seriousness, though, I mean, as far as anything that's been going on here in Tennessee or local elections, any surprises, your reaction and final thoughts to so far what you've been seeing?
Well, the surprise is how strong Elaine Davis was in District 18. That would be how overwhelmingly people voted against Amendment Number 2 in the city. Those are the two big surprises for me so far.
Did you think that they were going to vote against it? I mean, at first maybe not, but did you have that sense before we came here tonight that wasn't going to pass?
Well, you really don't know. I mean, all you can do is do yard sign polling, and there are a lot of no vote no on it yard signs out there. But you never know in a local race like that because there's no polling done. It's that's why you have to wait till the election night to see where people are really at on this.
And Michael and Courtney, your thoughts about on that amendment too, because that's something we've definitely discussed. And I'm using the word "discuss" lightly there in quotations. You're not surprised, and you're actually happy about it. I'm assuming.
Happy, not surprised. Again, I felt like the fight went right down to the end for the no's. The yeses, I think, made their case, and that was that. I had a lot more people feel that they understood why they were against it approaching the election. So I think Election Day is when this happened. I think that people came to the realization that the head of elections, Chris Davis, said folks were going in the county and out, just like that. In the city, people labored over those two questions because they were written so nebulously. They were written in such a way that you were not supposed to fully understand and appreciate what they were about. And it really caused a problem for some people. And I think some people voted no because of how cumbersome the language was.
Courtney, your thoughts?
One interesting thing to point out is Amelia Parker was on the side of the against vote. And what we have seen from her historically is she has a great ground game and to get out the vote, and you saw that transpire here.
Well, yeah, and because the council was 8-1, was it on this? I think I think she was the only person that and ended up, I don't want to say being right. She wasn't right, but what she thought is what it turned out, or what she wanted, I should say, is probably a better word. That's how that all played out.
Yeah, but the council was divided over when it went into actually supporting the particular on the ballot. They voted to put it on the ballot, but several members of council were for it and against it. So, it was like I said, there was good arguments on both sides.
Right. and we've had some great conversations all down the line here. I want to
Okay.
appreciate it. Appreciate y'all coming in and
Okay.
being here tonight. We appreciate you watching on WATE.com. This has been our online coverage of election 2024. And we still don't have all the answers.
We do not.
We are waiting for them. But for now,
Strangely enough, we never seem to have all the answers.
Sometimes we pretend.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good night.
Tonight, we begin with the latest in the race for the White House.
Former President Trump declared the winner of the volunteer state early in the evening. You see the results there for the Tennessee vote, 65% for Trump, 34% for Kamala Harris. Don Hudson standing by right now with a look at how other states are voting.
Yeah, so Don, kind of break down this race state by state. Where are we sitting right now?
No, you need 270 electoral votes to win. Right now, President Trump has 214, and we had Kamala Harris at 113, and just as you were coming to us, it jumped up to 179. But most pundits basically said we're starting this race at Trump at 210 and Kamala Harris at about 226, and then they're going to fight for those 7 or 8 states. But this is where they are right now. Again, 270 is the magic number. Now, that's where the presidential race stands right now, Electoral College. We also want to look at the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives. We have those numbers as well. Starting with the Senate, 33 seats were up for grabs this time around. Right now, they're calling 38 seats for the Democrats, 48 for the GOP. Many political commentators and pundits believe that the GOP, the Republicans, will take control of the Senate this time around. Now, as far as the U.S. House of Representatives, every single seat is being voted on. And right now, the Democrats look to have won 104. The GOP has 155. But again, there are 435 seats. So this is not even halfway to where they need to be. But that's where the races look right now. Lauren Bowe.
All right. Thank you, Don. The race for the White House may not be decided yet. However, Senator Marsha Blackburn, the Republican incumbent, keeps her seat on the U.S. Senate representing Tennessee.
Yeah, this race was called right around 8 o'clock tonight when the polls closed. Incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, you can see her earning 64% of the vote. Her challenger, Gloria Johnson, with 34% tonight.
Tonight, after the race was called, Blackburn addressing a crowd of supporters in Nashville. She said she holds the office, but it's not all about her.
We have looked at this not as Team Marsha, but as Team Tennessee, because what we decided to do with this campaign was to invest in the next generation of leaders, because we want to make certain that Tennessee remains a conservative state. And that means you've got to raise up other leaders.
Meanwhile, tonight we are hearing from State Representative Gloria Johnson.
6 on Your Side reporter Molly O'Brien joins us now from the Mill and Mine, where local Democrats gathered tonight. Molly.
Hey, Lori and Bill. Lori, like you said, I'm at Mill and Mine. I got here around 7 o'clock, and shortly after those polls closed, Tennessee State Representative Sam McKenzie addressing the crowd, saying they're ready for an optimistic night. Now, shortly after those polls closed, we did learn, like you both said, about the race for the U.S. Senate seat. Of course, Marsha Blackburn was the projected winner in that race against Gloria Johnson. Gloria Johnson taking the stage around 9:30, thanking her supporters, thanking her staff, and saying she called Marsha Blackburn to congratulate her. Take a listen.
It was good. You know, I just told her I congratulated her on her win, but I did let her know there were some conversations I'd like to have with her, especially about the tone of the rhetoric and how we can tone down the hate in this state. I feel like that so many of my colleagues across the aisle are just using hate to divide Tennesseans, and I don't think that's who we are.
Now, I did ask Gloria Johnson if Marsha Blackburn was receptive to that phone call. She said she was. I also asked her what she learned about this campaign. She said she learned a lot from rural voters. It is important to note she ran unopposed in that District 90 seat. So at the end of the interview, she told me she's ready to get back to work in the state legislature. Reporting live in Knoxville, Molly O'Brien, 6 on Your Side.
All right, Molly, thank you. Now we want to shift our focus to some of the U.S. House races.
Let's take a look at U.S. House District 3. Chuck Fleischman wins. In a statement that came to 6 News just a minute ago, he thanked voters for sending him back to Washington, saying he'll fight for secure borders, communities, and a strong economy. His challenger, Jack Allen, a retired bank president, coming in with 29% of the vote. And in U.S. House District 2, it's incumbent Tim Burchett with an easy win over challenger Jane George. And breaking away to a House race, Tennessee Senate District 6, Becky Duncan Massey over DeMonica Bryan.
Now let's take you live to the Crown Plaza tonight here in Knoxville. That's where local Republicans have been gathering throughout the evening.
6 on Your Side reporter Don Dare joins us now. And Don, you talked with both Senator Massey and Congressman Burchett.
Yeah, we sure did, Lori. You know, it's been a clean sweep for Knoxville Republicans in the races they were expected to win, from the U.S. House, as you just said, to the state Senate and to the state House of Representatives. The leading Republicans, they enjoyed overwhelming victories in their respective contests, from Becky Duncan Massey in the state Senate to 2nd District U.S. Congressman Tim Burchett, and we did talk with both of them. Let's listen.
I would tell you I'm used to it, but I'm really not. Every year is a different challenge. It's just Jane George, she was a class act. She ran a good campaign. I've been making some tough decisions, and we've been reelected overwhelmingly.
4th term for you now.
Yes, sir. Kind of went fast.
State Senator Becky Massey will be returning to Nashville. She was first elected in 2011.
But when you work together and respect each other, you can do things like that. And when you can pass legislation that saves lives, like our Silver Alert bill, or really helps people that have been victimized, it's worth the effort. And then lately, going up to Upper East Tennessee, trying to help get our roads rebuilt in a very speedy manner as chair of the transportation. So when you can do things, it's not quite like Washington. So it works, and I'll keep on working hard, and thankfully the voters had the confidence in me to reelect me.
And this will be the 4th reelection for State Senator Massey. She filled in, as we said, in 2011, 1 year in that term, and she's been winning ever since. For U.S. Congressman Tim Burchett, this will be his 3rd time returning to Washington. Lori and Bo?
All right, Don, thank you. Here in Knoxville, 2 amendments also on the ballot tonight.
The one getting a lot of talk, Amendment 2, we have just learned it failed. It would have made all Knoxville City Council seats at large, would have.
Yeah, would have. Yeah, here's a look at those results for you, and you can see it was close tonight, but against 51%, for 49%. You'll look at the difference there in the number of votes, but again, this was with 100% of the precincts now reporting. So again, it fails tonight, 51 to 49%.
You know, people in favor of the change, like Vice Mayor Tommy Smith, really pushing for that, said that all voters should have had the power to hold all city council members accountable.
However, opponents to Amendment 2, such as State Representative Sam McKenzie, argue that it would have weakened the strength of black and minority voting in individual districts.
All right, now everyone, let's head out to the Knox County Election Commission, where votes have been counted tonight.
Yeah, 6 on Your Side reporter Ella Wales joins us now with more on what's been happening behind the scenes. Ella.
Bo, Lori, just a few minutes ago, the Election Commission was standing behind me. It was a pretty chaotic scene as the votes were being brought in from each polling place across the county. However, they have now completed counting those votes, and those results should be coming out, going up online as we speak. But earlier we did see, like I said, the votes coming in one by one from each county. They were able to count the early votes immediately, but then they did have to wait and do those votes from Election Day today and from absentee. Now, we don't have the total number of voters that voted in Knox County yet. However, Election Administrator Chris Davis did tell us that the number of voters this year, this Election Day, broke the all-time record by 1,500 voters. Now, like I said, they're still getting those results up and running right now, but we were able to get a peek at some of the early voting results. We saw that Donald Trump earned 59% of those votes, while Kamala Harris earned 39%. Again, that was just for early voters, so we're still waiting to see the total number for each presidential candidate that we'll have early voters along with Election Day voters, absentee, and those nursing home voters as well. But it is a quiet scene now. They have wrapped it up, and they were able to start counting as very soon compared to past years, as those poll workers got those voters through the polls very quickly today. We're going to keep you updated on these election results here in Knox County. I'm Ella Wales. 6 on Your Side.
All right, Ella, thank you so much. Yeah, lots of folks working very hard today to make sure the process runs smoothly here in our area. And I want to take a moment now and run through some other races on the ballot for you. Let's take a look at Tennessee House District 18. Elaine Davis, the incumbent Republican, wins, but this has been a pretty close one. 100% of the vote in, 54% over Brian Goldberg's 46%. Democrat there really ran a strong campaign, according to his supporters, and they're saying, listen, look for him in the future. In the meantime, let's hear from Elaine Davis.
I'm grateful and honored to be serving District 18 again. We worked hard and we've knocked on a lot of doors, made a lot of phone calls, reached out to a lot of people, and I'm grateful that I've gotten their vote of confidence.
Another race we've been watching for you tonight, Tennessee House District 14, Jason Zachary, the incumbent there. You can see the check mark. The projected winner here was 65% of the vote. Amanda Collins with 35% tonight.
Republicans all the way except for this one, and this is Tennessee House District 15. Democrat Sam McKenzie, the incumbent, winning easily over Justin Hurst, 68% to Hurst, 32% of the vote. And our election coverage certainly does not stop here. Coming up on 6 News tonight, we're going to be hearing from more local candidates who were on the ballot.
Plus, our political experts weighing in on tonight's results. That's still to come.
Unseasonably warm temperatures we've seen so far this week continue the rest of the week, but I'll tell you if we'll stay dry. Coming up.
Welcome back, everyone. Returning now with the latest in the race for the White House. Results are continuing to come in tonight.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a handful of states, some key states, to get the results. But right now you can see where things stand. The former president, Donald Trump, up 214 to 179 over the vice president. But we're still waiting for those final results out of Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all key states that's going to decide this race.
270 needed to win. We're inching closer. We'll keep you updated, and a couple of other race results to bring you up to date on. This is U.S. House District 1. The incumbent Republican Diana Harshbarger easily winning over her challenger Kevin Jenkins. 78% of the vote to 19% for Jenkins.
And here's a vote a lot of people have been talking about tonight in Rutledge, a dead tie in that community's liquor referendum. It doesn't get any closer than that. 236 to 236.
A total tie. And moving on to the State House District 16 race, where Michelle Carringer is holding around 70% of the vote right now.
Yeah, here's 6 on Your Side reporter Dominic Webster.
Those election results rolling in now from the Knox County Election Office. I'm joined now by District 16 State Representative Michelle Carringer. Michelle, what's it like seeing your name on top there?
Well, it's a feeling that just never ends, to be so humbled and so honored to be able to represent the people in District 16.
And you're joined here by a bunch of your friends. I know we saw Congressman Tim Burchett walk by just a second ago. What's it like being able to take in a win like this with these people?
It's absolutely awesome, because I served on Knox County Commission when Congressman Burchett was our mayor. So to see him in Washington and fighting for the things that the people in District 16, as well as Knox County, wants, it makes me so proud and so honored to be able to be a part of Knox County.
And so, once you get in, back in office and the session starts into January, what are some of your goals once legislation starts pouring out?
Well, as I've always said, there are lots of people moving to Tennessee, and we all know why. It's because Tennessee has been run the right way. And so my goal is to always keep Tennessee and Knox County the best place to live, work, raise a family, by keeping our taxes low and keeping government small and ensuring that people's freedom is protected.
Well, thank you so much for joining me here for a quick little interview. Congratulations on your win. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we've been watching a lot of races for you tonight.
Yep.
We want to send it over right now to our Don Hudson.
Don is joined by our panel of political experts to break down tonight's results for us. Don.
Bo and Lori, thank you very much. Of course, as we normally have every Sunday on Tennessee This Week, Craig Griffith, Courtney Piper, and Michael Covington. It's been a long night. I'm sorry, Courtney, about doing that. We've seen the results. Bo and Lori have gone through the results for you, but I do want to start with Gloria Johnson and Marsha Blackburn. We saw the results. They were probably expected from you. Even the numbers, they were about where you thought they'd be, or?
Well, the last poll showed that division, so I think that's what everyone expected.
I know Gloria made a comment about reaching out to Marsha and trying to have a conversation. Where do you think that's headed, Courtney? Do you think there's anything to that, or is that just political niceties?
It's a genuine request, having known Gloria Johnson for a long time. It is a genuine request from Gloria Johnson. And as a matter of fact, I was at an event in Washington, D.C. earlier this year where I heard Marsha Blackburn talk about bipartisanship, and how it was important to her. So I certainly think it could be a productive conversation, and was a genuine request from Gloria Johnson.
Yeah. And Marsha, for her part, I know she worked with a Democrat when it came to the child internet safety type of thing. Your reaction to the vote, Michael, in that particular race, where it all stood, and as far as Marsha having a mandate moving forward?
Well, I certainly think Marsha has a mandate moving forward. I do think, and I'm continuing this thought as we move forward, I'm wondering if Gloria really did not look forward to the opportunity to make that call and to say, I'd like to have a dialogue with you, to find out where Marsha Blackburn's head is on that subject. And she never said. She never said whether or not she answered in the affirmative. Quite honestly, because I have been an advocate of the supermajority of the legislature reaching out to the minority and allow them to be a part of the legislative process, I think at the national level, Marsha would do well to have a conversation with Gloria and have lots of media there and allow everyone to know this was the dialogue that we had. This is what we may or may never accomplish, but at least that step has been taken. And we can see where we move from that point. But there has to be a dialogue. And so I would recommend that Marsha give her 10 or 15 minutes, maybe even a quick lunch. It would be a good thing. It would be good.
He's a political consultant now as well on the side. Tim Burchett winning again in the 60s compared to the 30s. Chuck Fleischman winning. Dinah Harshbarger really winning. I mean, does that surprise you at all? Her numbers were even bigger than Tim's or Chuck's.
The gerrymandering is working. It's holding up.
And it got her son elected to the state house. So they're developing quite a dynasty up there.
A political family. I'm curious. Becky Duncan Massey had a big win and has been involved in a lot of what's been going on as far as repairing the eastern part of our state since Hurricane Helene came through. Her numbers not surprising at all. I'm assuming that she's pretty well loved and seems to be doing her job.
Right. And as chair of the the Senate Transportation Committee, she'll play a key role in getting the infrastructure rebuilt up there in Upper East Tennessee. And she's been active in the community. She's been there with members of the TDOT staff and the governor's staff. So I think she's taken this disaster head on and is trying to work real hard to make sure that the infrastructure is repaired so these people can get some normalcy back to their life.
Now, all the people that we mentioned, all those races came out pretty much where we expected in the 60s to the 30s. Elaine Davis and Brian Goldberg, though, was the exception. Very close race. Why was that?
It's a very competitive district, and it is leaning more and more purple. The outcome from tonight shows me that Democrats need to continue running a challenger to the incumbent in that race. That's how we chip away at it. And in a couple of years, it could be a flip to Democrat.
And last thing we want to get in, we only have 30 seconds. Amendment 2, you're surprised that it was voted down.
I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was, but you never know in these races. And so I think that it was close. Both sides worked hard on it. Both had good arguments, and the voters cast their decision.
Yeah. Michael,
no surprise.
No surprise.
No surprise at all.
Michael was passionately against it a few weeks ago on Tennessee This Week. In case you don't watch our program, you might want to on Sunday mornings. And the biggest vote, of course, was the Rutledge 236, but we don't have time to get into it. But it
every
just
vote
goes,
counts.
It's just exactly it. All right, Bo and Lori.
Very breezy, warm day here in East Tennessee. 84 was the record. We were 1 degree off of that at 83 degrees. Now, we're going to be close over the next couple of days as well, even with more cloud cover. Wind's still pretty brisk in the higher elevations of the Smokies, gusting to 32 right now in Gatlinburg, gust to 29 in Jamestown. We'll kind of hold on to these somewhat gusty winds throughout much of the night for those higher elevation areas. We're sitting at 66 right now in Knoxville, 60 Sevierville, very mild 68 at Cades Cove. They're not going to change much, down to about 63 here in Knoxville. And by the way, to put it in perspective, 64 is the average high this time of year in Knoxville, and we're only looking at about 63 overnight, which means it is warm tomorrow. Right back in the upper 70s for highs, some even close to 80 degrees, but we'll see more cloud cover and even an opportunity of a random shower or two. Dry start, partly to mostly cloudy. That as we kind of step through the day, you'll see a few pop-up showers by midday into mid-afternoon. Very random, but if you get stuck under one, yeah, you're going to see a downpour here or there, but I'm not expecting a lot of rainfall out of this, and the majority will start to see decrease in coverage as we get a little bit later through the afternoon and evening hours. Now, over the next 7 days, we stay warm, close to a record high tomorrow. The record's 80, set back in 2022, going for 79, and then the record for Thursday, 79, just set last year. We'll see upper 70s. We'll see increasing rain opportunities Saturday, especially into Saturday night, Sunday time frame, but not a big cool down then. In fact, I don't see much of a cool down headed our way, at least over the next 7 to 10 days. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
This is a guessing game over here.
The initial college football playoff rankings have been released, and the Vols are currently in the playoff. Oregon took the top overall spot with Ohio State right behind them. Tennessee comes in at number 7 if the playoffs started today. Tennessee would host Indiana at Neyland Stadium. Finally, Kim Caldwell opens up her Lady Vol coaching career against Samford. Big standout of the night was Z Spearman, lays it in off the Jewel Spear assist, a game and career-high 25 points in her Lady Vol debut. And Talasia Cooper continued to impress. 6 steals and 19 points. Here she lays in 2 of those. Lady Vols finished the season opener on top, 101-53. Kim Caldwell picks up her first win. That's a good